I will fucking Stalinist purge you so hard. Lived experience is a thing. Here, this is what you do, okay? Are you ready for this? Week off. There you go. Take a week off. I'm not having a debate with you. And honestly, no more voice chat either. I said no more debates. Motherfucker was like, let me debate you on why debates are necessary. No. Here's TOS in this around 2 minutes in. The highly controversial case of Daniel Holtzclaw.
There are numerous...
Damn, Themasius with the fucking save, dude. Big time save. I joined Discord a while after I started watching you and it had nothing to do with your convictions, what you can teach us, or anything. These guys were straight up building their Spanish Inquisition. How are you mentally? Fucking not good right now. What is this? Gorby full cut? What the fuck is this? What is this? It says 95 views, bro. What is this? Don't watch this. It's disgusting. Okay. Unlisted video with 96 fucking views. They recorded Gorby after he quit and memed Gorby.
Types of law enforcement agencies, including...
The Discord refugees are not hanging out in the Vosh Discord. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, go and fucking destroy Vosh's community, dude. Yeah, go be annoying there. Come on, bro. Debate whether or not Vosh is allowed to say the N-word in a retaliatory manner. There's a lot more racism to solve there, I think. Please, 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 please. Yeah, go ruin his Discord, motherfucker. God damn. If you're filming Discord VC combos, fucking touch grass. I mean, this is like a lot of this could be solved by touching grass, like aggressively touching grass. If your immediate reaction is to attack people when they express their thoughts or concerns, you're not in the right space. People are going to Will's Discord too. Dude, you guys are fucking sick in the head. I swear to God. Like, here's a fucking ad break. We're looking at murder shit. I'm done with this. So fucking cringe. Sometimes this shit literally makes me feel like I wish I never, ever fucking started any of this shit to begin with. These were the original fucking rules I posted last time everybody fucking lost their minds. Be nice until people show you they're not. Always remember that people most likely don't share your worldview, so talk at their level. Remember that American social conditioning and cultural imperialism has made a lot of apolitical people starting position transphobic, misogynistic, homophobic, racist, ableist, and pro-imperialist. Seek to educate everyone until they show you they're not interested in learning. Be cool and likable so people are more open to your ideas. And also, lastly, I'm always right all the time. Okay? If you can't follow those fucking rules, get the fuck out. Okay? You're pathetic, especially this last one. You're pathetic. You're a fucking loser. Get fucked. I don't want you in my community. Okay? It's so basic, dude. It's so fucking basic. The way Gorby and Britta have skewed the context of slob all over now when it comes to these issues, they've made massive conflations and generalizations, and you've taken it. We were following those rules, and other regulators were working with us. This is all an attempt from the regulators that stepped down to make things worse. Okay, well, fucking when like literally nearly the entire moderation team or the regulation team steps down, there's obviously a gigantic problem. Also, Kuro, DM me. I want to hear your side of what the fuck's going on. I don't know if he's in here or not. Chidi called the regulators ableist because we didn't ban them when they asked because they wanted to do their homework. Yeah, I heard that. That stuff is so stupid, dude. Like, I'm sorry, dude. You're fucking... This is like ADHD Twitter drama shit. Vosh, your Discord is about to grow. Why is my Discord getting flooded? Just to warn you guys, we don't actually debate... No, Vosh, your Discord here. I just gave you a big boost, my friend. I told them that I'm gonna nuke my Discord, and that all the debate lords who want to eliminate microaggressions are coming to yours now. I hope. I'm literally here. I'm Nexi. I can fucking explain, even if you want to hear what actually happened. I am here. Following since 11/20. Previously subscribed for 2 months. This person who's been following me since like after the election. No shot, right? There's no shot. No, nobody fucking dunk on that person either. I will ban you guys as well. Stop. It's funny because all these people that hate you also hate Vosh. It's funny to see them switch up so quickly and join his Discord. Yeah, because they're not there to fucking, you know, appreciate content or be a part of a community. They're there to fucking, they're there to literally fuck shit up and debate people. That is Nexi. Like half the people that are championing this drama didn't even know about leftism before COVID. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, I love having a space for people who are experiencing like baby's first leftist. Kind of what I'm here to do. But I also don't want the headache that is associated with it. Okay? Seriously. Fucking nuts. Yeah, I don't want to like destroy a community that's like 95% of which is like chill and fine for the 5% that are super active and like actively pushing people out. I think the best thing to do for those people is to just fucking leave. We have a mod in Twitch chat who has said the N-word 1,600 times. How are you trying to take a stance on this shit? Yeah, I do, actually. I also have a community with 30,000 people, some of which who have also said the N-word probably 1 million times and even done worse shit. Guess what? A fundamental part of what I believe in is that you can change, and you can change for the better and no longer be the same person you once were. That's why I do what I do. And if your point of view is like, oh no, like you need to consistently fucking answer for your racial crimes of the past forever, despite the fact that you have moved on and become a better person, then you're not the type of person that I want in my community at all. That's the point. Like, I'm aware. Hell of people in here have watched fucking Steven Crowder. There were people who were Nazis and shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. You think that's... oh, man. Oh, no. I can't believe that, dude. Anyway. I care more about... I'm going to make this abundantly clear one last time before I move on, okay? This might be upsetting to hear, but I'm going to make it abundantly clear one last time before I move on to the murder shit. I care a lot more about someone who has made the journey to arrive at their current position and change their minds and can be a non-annoying, empathetic voice for further change for others than I do about the person who has never made mistakes and is acting in the most puritanical way they possibly can about transgressions of the past. I do not like you. I think you are an overall burden to any sort of coalition building. And I think you are what's wrong with leftist spaces. I don't want you in my community if you can't be this way. However, because I do believe in reform, I think you can eventually purge yourself, see yourself out of this community, and then come back when you're rehabilitated and can be a little bit more understanding. Okay? Because that person made a very difficult journey of changing their minds. Okay? You didn't. Or even if you did, you are no longer empathetic to those who are also on that journey. I don't like you. Like, I think you're a bad person. And I think that leftist people can be bad people as well. But we're conditioned into assuming that leftist people are magically good because they're woke. Like, no, you're just using wokeness and community policing and these justice, these ideals that are rooted within justice to be a fucking douchebag. You are a narcissistic douchebag. Stop being a fucking douchebag. Just because you're woke doesn't change the reality that you are being a fucking douchebag. To those who feel as though people are incapable of change. Okay? And I despise you for being a piece of shit and also bastardizing social justice to meet your own personal, selfish, narcissistic fucking goals. It does not give you cover. It does not give you shelter. You cannot do that in my community. These guys were too many. They even have a refugee Discord. I know they do. I know. You are the reason why so many people are unable to change because you make it fucking unable to change. Please tell me when you touch grass last. Hasan telling queer and BIPOC people to be nicer to racists. Yes, I'm literally saying that. I am. I'm saying that you have to be less fucking reactionary and come from a place of empathy. Also, I literally just came back from the gym, you fucking moron. Like that person, hold on. I just banned him. What was their username? I gotta literally find their logs. It's like pure cancer. That person is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, where is it? Where is it? Fuck, I gotta find him now. This motherfucker, like, literally, dude, following since March 30th. That hat, though, Adam's Revenge. You're just proving that point by not taking them seriously when they speak out. Like, who are you? You're nothing. You're nothing. You're nothing. You're nothing, okay? You haven't been here long enough to fucking make, like, legitimate criticisms. You've never been here. Like, you came out of nowhere. You're fucking... You've been following for 3 months on and off. Just to fucking shit talk in the Discord that you've made a space for yourself with your dumbass pit crew avatar. You're nothing, okay? You refuse to learn. You refuse to understand what I believe is the best way to fucking move forward. If you can't be kind, it's worse. They have been here. They're just too much of a spineless coward to give real takes on their main. Probably. There's so many people like Head Me Please. I'm a trans woman, and your LGBTQ plus group was a big help to me in coming out in affirmation. I don't debate. Like, these are the people that this community is for, okay? And there are so many people like that. And I don't want them learning from you too. And just being like cancerous, dude. Fuck. That's what Discord is for. It's not for you. It's not your own personal fucking space to clean up as you see fit. Fuck, man. You're generalizing liberals and actual lefties that care about issues and bettering the material conditions with people that only care about aesthetics. No, I know, like, I know, it's fucking annoying. This had to happen, I think. I think this literally had to happen a little bit, because there's just fucking assholes. There's assholes. There's people that, like, literally can't give up. I don't want to be too ableist, but there's, like, people who, like, exclusively rely on Discord in an incredibly unhealthy way. And, like, just physically can't let go. And those people, unfortunately, need to sever ties forcibly from this Discord. Go fuck up your own Discord if you can't, like, if you can't comprehend these concepts. Motherfucker said, please tell me when you touch grass last. I've grown so much through your Discord. I too fell in deep with the crowd that you're calling out. I shed those vibes and eventually was casted out by the same people who have these insane standards. At the end of the day, I'm glad you're finally calling this shit out. It's so tiring to see how long this has gone on. Years of building up to this is wild, dude. And by the way, if you're in those little fucking splinter groups right now, talking about how much of a fucking asshole I am, remember that, like, your splinter group is going to splinter off again. Because there are just some people who thrive on that, okay? That's just what they do. That's the only way that they can feel fucking anything, all right? And you're going to be outed, and you're going to be called out, and you're going to get fucking purged from that community as well. I've been in your Discord most of the time. It's fine. Only thing I don't like is anarchies that sometimes show up. But why the fuck do they care about a Discord for someone they don't like? It's not that they don't like me. It's that they, one, either A, like me too much and create a false sense of, like, what I should be like. It's like, it's the same thing that I talk about with Minecraft stands that lose their shit because their favorite content creator watched Ice Poseidon or something. It's like kind of similar to that. And then there are also other people who just thrive on this. Like they have a false expectation of what someone else's community should be like. And they can't get over it. They think that, like, it's supposed to be made in the way that they want it to be. I'm not going to ban it permanently. I'm not going to ban it Discord permanently. I'm going to try to salvage it in whatever way I can. Okay? We're going to try to fix it. But you know, there is no salvaging it. Let it burn. Man, shut up. So move on, please. Everyone who disagrees with you is not going to probably never change your mind. What? No. Infrared called you out on his YouTube channel? Who the fuck is Infrared, dumbass? Take a week off. Fucking Megalol Andes, dude. Oh my god. Oh no, dude. I can't believe it, bro. Is it another fucking Discord Andy who's like... Is it another Discord celebrity? Fuck. Infrared's a tanky? The fuck did he call me out on then? Like, my criticisms of... Let me guess. Hasanabi's criticisms of China revolve around repurposing Adrian Zen's propaganda. He does not understand the global third world struggle like I do. Infrared. Like, honestly, what the fuck would Marxist Lenin is like... There's shit on me over. Probably like a clout, most likely. Clout chasing. It happens. No free clout. Alright, let's continue. Fuck me, dude. This was crazy and annoying. But I feel like it had to be done. And I hope that it'll be better now. Man, your community is the largest leftist community on Twitch. Sucks that it died. Yeah, dude, we're so dead right now. That's why there's only 34,000 people in the chat. Sucks that it fucking died. RIP to the largest leftist community on Twitch, man. Fuck. Everybody in here is dead right now. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Anyway, after a long ass stun lock, it's time for murder again. Trigger warning. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. God damn, this shit sucks. This is literally why I left like debating stuff, because there's so many like, it's not necessarily debate lords, but it's like the toxicity associated with people who have like that mentality that see everything as like contest, like blood sports, see every conversation as one to be dominated and shit. And it like, that's the reason why I stopped the debate lording and all that other stuff. And I think there's still so many of those people in my... Can you start putting these callouts on Instagram too? What do you mean? What is this? Putting tweet notifications on is the best thing I've ever done. I suggest you do that, yes. People who champion debating don't realize it's super fucking unhealthy and unregulated same thing spaces. It's so pointless when it's just infighting and championing semantics 99% of the time. Absolutely. Do you think there's a space for debate lord mentality? Yes. Prison. Go to jail. I would throw you in internet jail if I could. I'm letting you know, dude. The wall. Anyway, let's keep going. There's some TOS on this, I guess.
Including village, county, state, and city police. City forces employ the largest number of men, and it is here that all typical major police activities are found. Protective patrolling is one of the major activities. Officers are assigned districts or beats which they patrol on foot or by motor. A patrolman's job is to observe everything: the people, the buildings, and the vehicles. He is on the lookout for possible violations and for conditions which may endanger the safety of people or property.
Going home to Oklahoma, yes I am.
Though it may seem difficult to believe now, as recently as 2014, the United States of America was in a state of severe civil unrest. At the heart of this turmoil was a profound feeling among many of the populace that even decades after the progress made by the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s, unofficially there remained two separate classes of citizen under the law: those who public officials and law enforcement would strive to serve and protect, and those whose basic rights, or even very lives, they would treat with utter disregard. What dictated which one of those categories you would fall into? Wealth, education, and overall social standing were certainly not factors.
This channel is definitely way more leftist than JCS. Like, which I don't have a problem with JCS. I like their videos, but like I've said this already, I feel like this guy is certainly like more openly leftist. He's about to show a bunch of brutality. Yeah, no, I know. I am aware.
Factors to be dismissed, but many social justice advocates would charge that there was one variable that even in the 21st century would still render you a second-class citizen in the eyes of some public servants, no matter what your other attributes may be: the colour of your skin. In an age where the ubiquity of smartphones has created a situation in which virtually every member of the public has a video camera on them at all times, a constant flow of footage depicting excessive police force toward African Americans has served to further inflame the sense of racial discord.
Please don't shoot us.
Prematurely using excessive force? Your scary ass on somewhere.
Oh, I wonder why they did that. Probably to, you know, stop a criminal, right? Or maybe because they just kind of felt like it. Because cops fucking hate when their authority is questioned. Wait, are cops bad actually? Yeah, it's crazy. Wait, is there murder too, or is it just like? I mean, it's just.
Stay with me. We got pulled over for a busted tail light in the back, and the police he's covered. They killed my boyfriend. He's licensed. He's licensed to carry. He was trying to get out his ID and his wallet out his pocket, and he let the officer know that he had a firearm and he was reaching for his wallet, and the officer just shot him in his arm. We're waiting for him back. I will, sir. No worries.
I can't believe they like.
He just shot his arm off. We got pulled over on Larpener.
Don't censor your content after rules. No shot, dude. Are you kidding me?
I told him to get his hand out.
You told him to get his ID, sir, and his driver's
By the way,
license.
that's this is
Oh my God, please
this
don't
is
tell me he's
Philando
dead.
Castile.
Please don't tell me my boyfriend just went like that.
I think it was, right? And then I'm not gonna show more of this either, but you get the picture. George Floyd is at 350. Okay. Eric Garner. Damn, dude, he put like literally all of the.
Put your hand behind your back. I can't breathe. 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 I can't breathe.
Okay, I'm skipping this. I don't want to see this, dude. This is
So controversial by two primary factors. One, the acts that the officer
Jesus
in question
Christ. He just like literally fucking made a compilation of this. I don't
was
want to see
convicted
it.
of illustrated the contempt many accuse law enforcement of having toward the humanity of Black America in such a stark and horrifying manner that it served as a perfect case study for how morally corrupting police power can be. And two, the lack of any one smoking gun, particularly in the form of the sort of raw footage that's just been mentioned, has enabled a large question mark to linger over the entire episode in the minds of some, to the extent that 5 years since Daniel Holtzclaw was found guilty as a serial rapist, convicted on 18 counts of various sex crimes pertaining to 8 separate victims, a small group of passionate advocates maintain he never did anything wrong. Most people familiar with the case will say that everything began with an off-duty traffic stop in the early morning hours of June 18th. But today, we're opening with a phone call.
Wait, what? Is there a Marshall Project for movement for Daniel Holtzclaw? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Yeah, you'll see.
Oklahoma City 911, what's your emergency? Hello?
Hello? They talk about serving old bands and goddamn.
Hello?
I feel like a motherfucker and ripped my heart out and tried to put it back inside. I feel like I ain't even do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
I'm on 23rd and Kelly.
Okay, you at a house or are you at the intersection?
I'm at the Valero on 23rd and Kelly.
What's going on there, sir?
I see a friend of mine. She was walking down Kelly's side, falling in the street, so I gave her a ride. I was going to take her home to a grandmama's house, but she wouldn't get out, so she told me to take her on 23rd. And I've been trying to get her out for the last 30 minutes, and now she's saying...
Okay, are you in the Valero?
Pardon?
You at the Valero, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What kind of car are you in, sir?
I'm in a 1992 Acura Legend.
What color?
It is tan. She's tearing the inside of my car up. She's drunk.
What's your name, sir?
My name's Christopher Shelton.
Christopher Shelton.
Yeah, she's yanking stuff out of my car.
What's her name, sir?
Her name's Terry Lynn Morris.
She white, black, Hispanic, or Indian?
She black.
How old is she?
She's tearing my car up.
I understand.
She's 43. Man, she's throwing stuff at me.
Police.
I told you I was there. Why she wouldn't get up? She's hitting on me and everything.
She drunk or on drugs?
Oh, my purse.
Christopher, she drunk or on drugs?
Yeah, there's something wrong with her. I just want somebody to come get her. I don't hit women or anything.
That's what.
What color shirt and pants you wearing?
She got a black dress on.
Look like she needs
I was trying to help her, but yeah, she's throwing my darn CDs out.
Yes, sir. The officer's already driving to you.
Yeah.
Look like you need an ambulance.
He just tore my stereo apart.
How you trying to help me?
They're on their way here, Terry.
Yeah, you already.
You done tore off my thing.
So you done call the people, the same motherfuckers that raped me. I don't even know the police.
Could you hurry up here, sir?
Sir, I'm not driving. The officer's
When
driving,
they
okay?
do call, because it's right. Let me describe the police that raped me the other night.
Yeah, you should see them very close, very soon.
She just tore my radio out.
Yeah.
Here he is. Do I need to stay on the phone?
Did the officer find you?
Yeah, here they are.
All right, talk to them, okay?
Yes. All right, thank you.
Terry Morris will go on to be one of the key accusers in the case against Daniel Holtzclaw. She was not the first victim in the chronology of the case, nor was she the first to put Officer Holtzclaw on the radar of the Oklahoma City Police Department. What makes Terry Morris's recorded accusation that she was raped by an on-duty police officer so significant is that it was made a little less than a month before the incident that did spark the investigation. She made it without being prompted. She made it at a time when she would have never heard the name Daniel Holtzclaw, and there were certainly no news reports circulating the city about an officer using his position to sexually assault African-American women. The importance of all of this should already be self-evident, but it will become even more significant as you continue to see how this case unfolded, so keep the phone call you've just heard in the back of your mind. Now here's where the story typically begins. In the early morning hours of June 18th, 2014, Oklahoma City police officer Daniel Holtzclaw pulls out of OCPD Spring Lake Station. He's just wrapped up his 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. night shift a fraction early with a few minutes till 2, having been released by his supervisor. He begins his journey home heading up North Prospect Avenue. Then as he approaches Northeast 50th Street, he turns his GPS system off. This is a breach of policy, as it essentially takes the movements and locations of officers and their vehicles.
That's it, bro. I'm sorry. I mean, I know that this is supposed to be a controversial, I guess, case for some, but when I see a cop doing that shit, it's done, dude. Straight up. That's like, nothing good happens after a cop turns off their GPS or their fucking body cameras, okay? Nothing.
Completely off the grid. And Holtzclaw's decision to do exactly that became the cause of much suspicion in light of the allegations of what he went on to do just minutes later. But exactly where Holtzclaw's patrol car was located at that time will certainly never be in dispute. Because by all accounts, at approximately 2 a.m. on the corner of North Lincoln Boulevard and Northeast 50th, just a couple of blocks from where he had turned off his GPS, Daniel Holtzclaw did pull over a Pontiac Grand Am driven by 57-year-old Janie Liggins. By Holtzclaw's account, he decided to pull Liggins over after observing her making a sudden swerve as they approached the lights at the intersection, and he suspected it may be a drunk driver. The traffic stop lasts for about 15 minutes, at which point Holtzclaw cuts Liggins loose without so much as a ticket, though he does tell her that he will follow her home, which he then reneges on shortly after they begin driving again. Holtzclaw heads north off of the Interstate 44 highway, continuing his journey home, while Liggins continues west on the 44 toward her daughter Marisha's house. And when she arrives there, she wakes her daughter up frantic with a vivid and harrowing account of an interaction she's just had with an OCPD officer, an account that her daughter insists she share with the police without any further delay. Janie and Marisha Liggins then get into Marisha's car, along with Marisha's boyfriend and her 2 young children. From there, the group drive to the Spring Lake, Oklahoma City Police Station, which according to Liggins seemed void of any activity at that hour in the morning, and so they drive out of the parking lot and back up toward where they came from. Minutes later, at around 3:40 a.m., they find what they're looking for. 2 OCPD officers, situated in a parking lot off of Lincoln Boulevard, literally just up the road from where the infamous traffic stop occurred, are flagged down by Marisha and Janie Liggins. Marisha immediately reports that not even 2 hours ago, her mother was raped by a police officer. Shortly thereafter, Kim Davis, the on-call detective for the sex crimes unit at the time, is contacted by phone. Detective Davis instructs the officers to transport Liggins to Southwest Medical Center. Once at the hospital, Liggins undergoes a rape test and writes out an account of the incident. Not long after that, Detective Davis arrives and also takes a statement from her. This is what she alleged. While driving along Northeast 50th, she noticed a vehicle driving behind her, which then pulled up to her driver's side, at which point she noticed it was a police car. Then, the vehicle fell back behind her, turned on its overhead lights and pulled her over. A police officer got out of the car, approached her vehicle and alleged that she had been swerving, which she denied. The officer then had her step out of her car and took her back to his all-black patrol vehicle. He said she looked as if she had been drinking, which she also denied, saying the only thing she had in her car was Kool-Aid. The officer told her that if he found anything else in her car, then he would take her to jail, and he pats her.
If she was drunk, then why would he let her go? Like if she was drunk, what cop is like, oh yeah, go ahead, go home on your own, drive drunk? Like, that's crazy.
Searched her for drugs, having her put her hands on the top of his patrol car. After that, he put her in the back seat while he went over to search her car. After searching her car, the officer returned, opened the passenger side door at which Janie Liggins was seated, and asked her how he could tell if she didn't have anything in her bra. She claimed she did not, and she rustled her bra to demonstrate, but the officer told her he could still not tell. She asked if he wanted her to lift her shirt up, and he said yes. Once she complied, he then asked her to lift up her bra, which she did, exposing her breasts. The officer then shone his flashlight on her breasts. She then pulled her shirt down, and the officer grabbed his crotch over his pants. He then asked how he could tell if she didn't have anything in her pants. She claimed that she did not, and asked indignantly if he wanted her to take her pants off too, to which he replied yes. Liggins told the officer he was not supposed to be doing this, and the officer did not respond. He then asked her to step out of the car, which she did, and then he asked her to take her pants down. Liggins complied, pulling her jeans halfway down while keeping her panties on, and the officer began pointing his flashlight at her vaginal area. She rustled with her panties to try and demonstrate the absence of any drugs without exposing her genitals. She pulled her pants back up, and the officer asked her to step back into the passenger side of his patrol car. With the passenger side door open, the officer...
For the record, I don't know if this was... I mean, obviously it probably wasn't the law at the time in Oklahoma, considering he got in trouble for this. I'm not going to try to spoil it too much. But for those of you who don't know, what he's doing there, cops can legally do in many states in this country. Sexual assault. Why are you showing us this? I don't know, because I'm a political commentator who has been on a fucking true crime stint recently, and also on top of that, this is like literally police brutality / true crime, so it's a perfect merger of the things I talk about. Yes, sexual assault that cops engage in, and on all instances of cops having sex on duty with suspects or with whoever the fuck they have that they've arrested, is sexual assault, because you cannot consent to having sex if you are someone's prisoner. That is literally fucking considered legal in many states still to this day. It's been made illegal only recently in like New York and so many other states.
Stepped up to where Liggins was seated and said, "Damn, you have a big booty." He then unzipped his pants, took out his erect penis through the zipper hole, and asked her to turn toward him. She complied, turning around and putting her feet outside the car. At this point, the officer's penis was in Janie Liggins' face, and she began crying and pleading with him to stop. She was now afraid he was going to kill her. The officer repeatedly told her to remain calm and that he would let her go. He put his penis in her mouth for a few seconds before she pulled away and continued to plead with him, telling him she couldn't do this and she was afraid he was going to shoot her. The officer assured her he would not, told her to hurry up and that he was tired, having just got off work. He again put his penis in her mouth, this time for approximately 10 seconds, after which she again pulled away. Now Janie Liggins stood up and the officer let her go, but told her he was going to follow her down Lincoln to the highway.
I assume he's using B-roll from like a documentary that that covered the story, because like, why else would he have this fucking footage? It's not real, obviously, but like, that's what the fuck's going on, even though
After
it's like
they were both back
weird.
on the road, with the officer driving in front of Liggins.
Turn it off, please. Dude, go away, dude. I literally put a fucking trigger warning, sexual assault, in the title. Like, if you can't handle this, which is understandable, then don't, you know, like, don't stay in here.
importance, he wound up not following her at all.
There's nothing wrong with just leaving.
Suffice to say, Detective Davis took the complaint very seriously. After conferring with other...
For the record, for people who are saying, like, I would have just bit the dick off. No, you wouldn't. You want to know why? Because he has a fucking gun. Women can't just, like, push away people who are sexually assaulting them as easily as you think, because there's always the threat of violence. And some people just don't know that, which is why I'm not, like, immediately banning you. But I'm just letting you know that, like, in a lot of these circumstances, there is the power imbalance, the power dynamic. This motherfucker has a gun. He's literally the law in that circumstance. So, like, you can't. He has the legal, and he's a cop. So he could legally kill you and most likely get away with it.
high-ranking OCPD personnel and compiling a small list of officers issued with the, at the time, new and comparatively rare all-black model patrol car, it was determined that based on the OCPD's automatic vehicle locator, a system which tracked all police vehicles with active GPS, that Daniel Holtzclaw was the only officer who could not be placed at 2 a.m. that morning, immediately making him their prime suspect. Holtzclaw enters Spring Lake Station later that day for his 4 p.m. shift, where he's met by Davis and soon-to-be co-lead detective on the case, Rocky Gregory. He's asked if he made a stop on the corner of 50th and North Lincoln Boulevard that morning. Holtzclaw readily admits that he did, and agrees to accompany detectives Davis and Gregory downtown for questioning in regards to a complaint that's been made about the stop.
You got a piss or anything? You can have sit there. That's probably one.
I could hold it. I'm not
Okay, low key, like, I mean, this is nothing to fucking make light of, obviously, but this is the most in shape cop I've ever seen, perhaps in all of my career as a political commentator.
I'm just...
Alright, I'm gonna run right on out. Whatever's more comfortable, man.
This might literally be the most fit cop in America.
That'll work.
He's still a thumb.
One of the most basic tactics in interrogations is to make the suspect's chair uncomfortable, especially relative to the investigators. In this instance, though, it's safe to assume the detectives did not deliberately plan for Holtzclaw's chair to be literally too small for his 6'2", 260-pound frame.
No chair for me. Let me bring a chair.
There's
no chair.
I know a lot of cops use PEDs.
I was gonna say there's a chair.
No, that I had back surgery a year ago. Rocky's coming. But he ain't here yet.
I know a lot of cops take PEDs, but like this motherfucker is so jacked that like, I mean, he's definitely juicing, but a lot of cops that juice still get fat as fuck. Like, that's why I always say like cops literally have a specific build. Like they'll be stocky, but still pretty fat on top of that, where like they're just bulbous around the middle region. It's a very interesting way that they get fat. 60, 260 is kind of fat. Dude, you guys are insane. You're insane if you think this dude is like fat. You're crazy. This dude is in very good shape.
And I had a back fusion. Oh, this is about the only chair I can sit in. I don't know what.
Your back support.
It does. Well, no.
By the way, none of it changes the fact that like he's still a piece of shit. But
it's very giving. I'm turning this off because I don't want this back in this. Okay. Rocky's coming, but I'm gonna do this and he may walk in here in a minute and get this done. Now, I know you're an officer, and I know you've seen these 1,000 times and you've read them yourself.
Right.
You still ask me any questions if you have one.
Right.
Okay, don't be embarrassed of that.
Right.
Okay?
I think I'm already embarrassed.
Why are you embarrassed? Why? Tell me why you're embarrassed.
The station deal, so.
Nobody. Well, I mean, there's room.
remember, Chad, if there's one group of individuals who outside of pedophiles have a horrible time in prison, it's cops. So, or rather ex-cops. So, you know, just keep that in mind, okay?
Flying, I know. And we tried to do that as kind of quietly as we could.
When you get upset,
and that's why we took you out the
this
front and stuff. But this is gonna make the rumors go away.
Okay.
Okay? For you.
Well,
The rumor tomorrow is going to be on somebody else.
well,
Does that make sense?
Okay.
So let's get them off of you
mm-hmm.
and get them onto somebody else and get this over with.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
Why are they so nice to him? Because he's a cop and so is she. Even though I think here she is taking this, from what I understand, she's taking this case seriously. And I think she's doing this to lure him in. But sorry, I know I haven't been doing a lot of good like ad break mentions here, but there's another one. It's top of the hour. I'm sorry, I'm a little off my fucking game today, partially because of, you know, what the fuck happened earlier and how annoying it was. But yeah, here it's the top of the hour. I'm gonna run a 6-second ad break right now. Here's the ad break now. Fuck, dude. That's when you know. I'm not in the best of mindsets here. I'm not even doing like
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me and us at this time without an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, right, yes, right there.
Proponents of Holtzclaw's innocence will often point to his willingness to waive his right to an attorney as supporting evidence. It's a very weak argument. Guilty people subject themselves to police interrogations without a lawyer present frequently, and they do so precisely because they believe it will project the image of innocence. As a side note, this is a terrible idea under any circumstance. Even if a person is categorically not guilty of the crime they're being accused of, there is no significant downside to having all the exculpatory evidence conveyed to the state through an attorney. You will not be awarded any extra credit for opting to convey said evidence yourself, and because having legal representation is a right, the state is forbidden to present your decision to demand it as an indicator of guilt in court. They can, however, as the Miranda warning states explicitly, use anything you choose to say against you.
Okay, look, just like we talked in the car. You haven't heard any rumors?
I haven't heard any rumors.
So
when I walked in the station, I see Captain leaned over. Not unusual. I go, Captain Clifton, hey. But then I've seen you in the cab. I've never seen you, and so.
Well, nobody.
But I haven't heard anything.
Okay.
So just like anything.
You had said, and we told you that there was a traffic stop.
Right.
That somebody made some allegations against an officer.
Right.
They don't know the officer's name. None of that. And you said that you made a traffic stop after work.
Yeah.
But you didn't call it in.
I didn't call it.
Where was that?
It was about Northeast 50th and Lincoln, just to the west.
Okay. Tell me about that stop.
I was going westbound on Northeast 50th, probably a block just east of Lincoln. I see a red Grand Prix or Grand Am in my right lane, in the outside lane. I'm in the inside lane. The car swerves, and so at the time I'm thinking, okay, it's probably a drunk person, or maybe got excited because they saw a cop. So I kind of fall behind it, kind of drifting just a little bit, not crossing lane lines, nothing crazy. So I lighted up because at first the traffic violation I saw at first when it swerved. That was just west of Northeast 50th and Lincoln. And then made contact. It was a black female. Asked for license and insurance. Stated that she didn't have insurance, gave me an ID. At the time I'm like, do you have a valid insurance or a valid license? She said no. I told her, I just got off work. I mean, what's the deal? You know, why are you swerving? And she says, I'm just trying to go home to Ann Arbor-ish on the northwest side to see your daughter or something like that. So I asked, is there anything on board as far as the vehicle? Is it okay if I search your vehicle and whatnot? She said, the only thing that's inside there is a Kool-Aid cup. I'm like, is there anything inside of that Kool-Aid? Is there liquor or anything inside that?
before you fucking cry about putting trigger warnings in the title, check the title, okay? You got a week off because you don't know how to refresh your own fucking dumbass Twitch stream.
Kool-Aid. She's no. I'm like, okay, is there anything else that's out there? She says there's pills. I'm like, is that the only thing? And then, so I said, can I have permission to search your car? She said yes. I go inside the car, I see a lot of pills. But
what kind of pills?
I didn't really.
Like scattered pills or in a bottle?
She said
pills?
it's hydrocodone pills, but I just quickly looked at it, and I think I saw her name on the prescription bottle, so I didn't.
Oh, so it was a bottle.
Right.
Okay.
There were several bottles in her purse, and then so at that time I just returned back to her. It's like, okay, I saw your pills. I didn't see any alcohol. I sniffed the drink, didn't smell any alcohol in the Kool-Aid. I'm like, okay, I'm just off work. I'm tired. Get your
Look how this motherfucker's describing it, dude. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If he wasn't a cop, and if this wasn't such a prevalent thing that happens in policing, I would be inclined to believe him, specifically because of how confident he is and the way that he's describing the situation. You know what I mean? Like, he's just like talking about it like someone who feels at least like because this is an important event, okay? It's an important event, even if it's not a traumatic event for him. Like, he shouldn't be able to recall the details of this event in the way that he currently is talking about it. Do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of fucking nuts that he's just like, that's why I said if he wasn't a cop, I'd be inclined to like think of this as a suspicious, think of this as not like 100%. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I specified it with if he wasn't a cop. The way that he's describing the situation is like kind of wild. Because like the careless way in which he's recollecting the events is almost like methodical, and it makes it seem like emotion is completely taken out of the situation, and you wouldn't do that. Like, you would have to be a really good actor to be able to recall events like that if they weren't if they were, you know, fucking traumatizing or like a significant event like this. But of course, once again, because he's a cop, like, I know for a fact that he can recall and retell these events in an almost methodical and precise fashion, despite the actions that happened there. Cops have an actual term for this. It's called test-a-lying, for the record, those who don't know. So,
license taken care of. Just mine.
So she didn't have a driver's license?
She didn't have a driver's license, and I was just like, go to DPS, Department of Public Safety on King, get that taken care of, and cut her loose after that.
Okay. Then where'd you go?
I went straight home.
Okay. Do you remember her name? That was on the prescription.
I don't.
What do you mean, fix your mic?
Do you make traffic stops normally after work?
I don't, but in that case, I saw her swerve and whatnot, so
I mean, me, I don't.
Felt.
After I get off work.
I know. I mean, people cops say that as have a, you know, whatnot to have the vision, whatever. But
did you say test the lying? Yes, that is like actual fucking cop term for falsifying a testimony in an effort to make your arrest or whatever altercation that you had, oftentimes brutal, seem more legitimate. No, this is not Stunlock, chat. This is important for people to fucking know, dude. What the fuck? Most people don't know this shit. That's why I do this. That's why you're not watching this on your own and watching it here. Like,
I felt like I needed to take that traffic stop.
Okay. How was she? Was she respectful? Was she
She
not?
felt like she was nervous and whatnot, and I'm like, why are you nervous? And she was even crying. I'm like, why are you crying? Why are you nervous? Whatnot?
just a fucking juiced up
Was she
cop.
drunk? Did you think she was drunk?
Stopping you, a black woman, in the middle of the night. Why are you nervous?
I think she drank, but I don't think she, with my experience, I don't think she was past the legal limit.
Right. Did you run her through Unit 800?
I didn't.
You didn't. So, did you run her on your MDT?
No, I didn't. All my stuff as far as that, because I didn't call it in and say it was a traffic stop, my computer was off and everything as well.
Did you shut it off?
I just shut it off,
work?
yeah. On the way, on 50th, I turned it off right before the traffic stop, basically.
Okay.
Detective Davis now has Holtzclaw describe his version of precisely how the traffic stop transpired, searching for discrepancies, similarities, and significant omissions between the series of events that Liggins has described. Besides the expected omission of the assault, Holtzclaw's detailing of the encounter will largely mirror Liggins's. He pulled her over on the corner of 50th and Lincoln, told her he pulled her over for swerving, asked if she had been drinking, put her in the back of his vehicle and searched her car. He denies that she exposed her breasts, either voluntarily or by request, and that he searched her with her hands on the back of his vehicle. But he states that he did perform a limited frisk over her clothes on the back of her waist area, and asked her to lift her shirt a little above her waist.
Okay. Then, when you went back to her, what happened?
When I went back to her, I was like, okay, I didn't smell any alcohol on your car and your juice thing, and I'm like, what's the deal? Are you really drunk or not? And she's like, no, I'm just trying to go back home. And at that time, I was like, okay, but I'll go ahead and follow you. I said, I'm not going to take you to jail. I'm tired. I'm not going to take you to jail. I'll go and follow you. And let's go back to 44 and you head westbound on 44. So that's what we did.
Did you follow her?
Actually, when I went behind her and we got in the car, she took forever and I started getting annoyed. So I just U-turned it and I went ahead and I saw her in the back view of my rearview mirror. And she was following on 44, but then I took off going northbound on Broadway Extension while she took 44 to go west.
So you were able to see her do that?
Yes.
And go. And then did you lose her when you got on Broadway?
When I went to northbound on Broadway and she went 44 west.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like this is the lady, this is the deal where she's the complaining party. Okay. And she's making some sexual allegations, obviously, because sex crimes is working it.
Right. What did she say?
Well, was there anything, an accidental touch, anything?
If she thought it, when I pass searched her, but it was nothing as far as I felt like I would do anything as far as sexual or anything like that.
She's saying that you made her lift up her shirt, and when she lifted up her shirt, she exposed her breasts.
No.
She said she said she was doing this. When you said, is there anything inside your bra? And she was, well, no, I don't have anything like that. Did she do that?
Yeah, she did, but I didn't look or anything like that.
Right.
And then she was like, do you want me to show you? I was like, no.
She said when she said, do you want me to show you? You said, yeah, and she went,
no, I didn't.
What about pants?
Nothing in her pants as far as I concerned, 'cause she was wearing tight jeans. So
She said she pulled them down.
I didn't see it.
Why do you think she's making this up?
I don't know.
Did you write her a ticket?
I didn't. I let her go, and I said I want to arrest you for your no STL.
Trying to figure out why she'd say that. I could see her saying it if you wrote her a ticket because she's pissed off.
Right.
A very valid point, made even more so when considering that Liggins has no criminal history, aside from a 30-year-old drug bust that she was never charged for, nor does she have any record of making complaints against police officers. Even if you were to grant Liggins is the type of person who would make a false and malicious complaint of this nature, it should at bare minimum be assumed that she would need some motive to do so. But in this instance, she doesn't even have something as minor as a ticket to try and get out of. In addition to that, Holtzclaw characterizes his demeanor toward her as patient and reassuring, making it very difficult to imagine what could have inspired her to take out such a vicious vendetta against him.
Think of anything yet?
Well, I think that was pretty good. Wasn't that pretty easy? Hey, we got to do this. Okay, if you don't mind. I got to take your buckles.
Okay.
We're doing that in the...
That's fine.
Holtzclaw now consents to investigators taking buccal swabs from him. Again, advocates will point to his willingness to cooperate and provide a DNA sample as a sign of his innocence. And again, you shouldn't put too much stock in that. It's not uncommon for a guilty person to readily supply damning evidence in the belief that the suspicion that will result from them refusing to do so will be more detrimental to their prospects than the damning evidence itself. It's completely illogical, but people make strange decisions when they're scared.
Did your penis go in her mouth?
No, it did not.
Okay. Because DNA will clear it up, and here's the deal, too. We can fall on the sword.
Okay.
And say I screwed up or something, but if we say we didn't do it, and then the DNA comes back and says he did it, then we have a huge problem.
Right.
We're here to give you the chance to fall on the sword, so we don't want a huge problem. We don't want a huge problem for you.
Right.
Let's switch up for a second. You got another girl, okay? You probably not necessarily going to remember the name, but her name is Terry Morris, okay? Black female. Supposedly you promised her a ride to the city rescue mission. Does this ring a bell?
No.
You did a traffic stop with her. She thought you ran her for warrants. Was it clicking? Drove her around.
No. Name doesn't. I don't recall a name like that.
But she's claiming the same thing. The exact same thing. And here again, for whatever reason, things are pointing at you again.
Right.
Now this was before even this incident this morning. Traffic stop, not logged in, all that stuff.
This morning?
No, this has been a little bit ago.
Okay.
This was here just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
Okay. Anything?
I don't.
Do you remember stopping?
I don't recall a name of Terry Moore.
Well, I wouldn't remember a name.
How about black female downtown, city rescue mission? That's what I was trying to jog your memory.
I haven't been to a city rescue mission.
I didn't say you made it there.
Have you promised anybody a ride to the city rescue
I haven't
mission?
asked anyone asked me to the city rescue mission.
No, she didn't have to ask you. Did you offer to take anybody to the city rescue mission?
No, I don't offer anyone because I don't like going there. To be honest with you, I
don't like dealing with what?
I don't like going over to the city rescue mission or anything like that.
Okay. How about any stops of a person just walking, even just downtown? Anywhere downtown?
No. I don't, in Spring Lake, I don't go downtown.
Do you run everybody that you come in contact with?
Majority of the time.
But you didn't run old girl this morning.
The 50th
in Lincoln?
No, I didn't. I didn't run her.
The other girl that he's talking about is kind of making the same allegations, and that's weird.
Yeah, that
doesn't look good.
I mean that's
damn, dude, how does that happen? Crazy. That all of a sudden dude, I don't know if the cops are being nice here because they're like, if the cops are being nice here because he's a cop, or if they're trying to lure him in. Because, like, the way that she talked about this before, she's like, we don't want to have problems. Like, just tell us everything so we can deal with it. I was like, I can't tell if that's the fucking police union. It's the police union method where, you know, you need to know all the details so you can deal with it. But I guess he's in the interrogation room, so it's not, right? It can't be. But it literally does feel kind of weird.
Yeah, it does look good. So, no, I don't.
Doesn't look good.
No one with the city rescue mission. Never been asked. Never been offered anyone to go there.
Are you circumcised?
I am circumcised.
Just asking. Do you have pubic hair?
Yes.
Well, I mean, some people manscape, as you call it.
Right.
You groom?
I groom.
Okay.
Yes.
So do I.
You got any identifying marks around your penis? Or?
I don't.
I just don't know what to think. Would you take a polygraph?
Yeah, if you want to take a polygraph.
I mean, I'm trying to think of a solution. Do you know how slow DNA is?
I don't. I do not.
Slow. You be willing to take a polygraph on it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm calling. Get that set up.
There's a slightly crestfallen tone in Davis's voice as she mentions getting a polygraph set up after Holtzclaw expresses his willingness to undergo the test. This is because she knows no polygraph technician is on site at this moment, and barring the unlikely outcome of an outright confession, Holtzclaw will not be in their custody immediately after this interrogation has concluded. One of the first things he's almost certain to do at that point is secure an attorney, who will, if they're remotely competent, not allow their client to subject themselves to a polygraph. And that's precisely what happened. The very next day, Davis will call Holtzclaw to let him know she has arranged a polygraph that same afternoon. Holtzclaw will then refer her to his new attorney, who will promptly put a stop to those plans.
When was the last shower you had?
Took a shower before work.
When you went home, was anybody home?
My girlfriend was home.
Did you live with her?
Huh? No, she doesn't. She just stayed.
Did you get laid?
Messed around, yeah.
What's messed around? Sex?
I guess.
We were all adults.
We almost had sex, and she was tired.
What'd you do?
So my penis went around her vagina, and then maybe went a little bit in, and then she pushed me off and said, "No, we don't want to. I'm tired." I was like, "Okay."
Why'd you log off?
I always log off.
Aren't you supposed to stay logged on until you get home?
I always log off.
Do you keep your police radio on when you go home?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're
I
listening.
think I had my radio on, yes.
Do sometimes you turn them off?
Yeah, I do.
That's not good officer safety. What if you drive by an armed robbery?
That's true, too, yeah.
I mean, or what if you drive by an officer that needs backup and you're right there and you didn't hear it?
That's right.
I'll give you my mommy lecture. So you always log off when you're done?
Majority of the time, yes.
Okay. When you bring her to the passenger side of the car, here's her car. I'm not a good artist either. And here's your car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you bring her over here.
The back right.
Okay.
Passenger side.
Is this where you're having your conversation the whole time?
The whole time when I step out of the car, I'll always talk to him when you had anything on you. So as we're walking here, I'm like, "Okay, anything on you? Okay. Be careful. I just quick pat you down. Where just go ahead." Quick pat her down. No, I have weapons. I felt or anything like that. I'm like, looked at your shirt. About right there. Nothing. Okay. Keep walking. Still checking her out, making sure everything's good. And I'm like, anything in your shoes? No. Try to take off her shoes. I'm like, are you good? So get inside the car, and that's when I proceeded to ask anything on board.
So she got inside the car.
She got inside the car.
Did you go get in the car and talk, or did you stand there with the door open and talk to her?
I think I did get inside the car for like a quick minute and just see what's the deal. It's just talking to her and whatnot.
Did you see her belly?
Maybe some fat rolls or something, I don't know, but nothing
Right,
like
but I mean, could you see skin?
Yeah, I saw skin, yeah.
Well, she's older. Were tits hanging down and you saw the bottom of her tits?
I don't know. I don't know. It's dark. I don't know.
You like older women?
I don't.
How's your girlfriend?
She's 25.
Okay.
What's the oldest lady you've slept with?
Maybe 29.
You ever slept with a black woman?
I have. In high school, I have.
Okay.
Do you have a race that you prefer?
I don't.
Although whether or not Holtzclaw has a penchant for the type of woman in his victim profile may seem of fundamental relevance, it's actually completely immaterial in a case like this. As it happens, Holtzclaw did not have any history of exhibiting sexual desire for older African-American women. All of his girlfriends had been around his age and there was no pattern of racial preference. But while rape is a crime sometimes driven by the perpetrator's lust for someone who will not engage with them in consensual intercourse, that's far from the only motive. A rapist motivated by sadism is driven by a desire to humiliate their victims, or even punish them as a sort of proxy for a person or group they detest.
Did she ever ask you if you were going to shoot her?
She did. She was talking about a pistol all the time and talking about guns and whatnot. And I'm like, calm down. I'm like, I'm not going to shoot you or anything like that.
Did she think you were going to shoot her?
Maybe.
At this time, the interrogation has been going on for a little over an hour. Liggins told Davis she had expressed her fear that the officer was going to shoot her, and Davis has deliberately not prompted that detail from Holtzclaw up until this point. When she finally does, Holtzclaw immediately confirms that aspect of the encounter. It's a very strange detail for him to have withheld for this long, given the relatively mundane nature of others he's disclosed.
Okay, couple things.
We powwow and then we keep you.
The gal was talking about that Terry Morris, the other person. Okay, you're saying the same thing. Okay. Like say it was downtown. She was walking. Okay, so when I say stop, that's you see like a voluntary contact.
Right.
Okay. Here, think of a cross between this is one picture and this is her. She look familiar?
No.
No? Now you stopped her for sure and ran here on a different day. It was May 8th.
This is not a bluff. Holtzclaw did come up as having run Morris through the OCPD's Varuna database on May 8th at around 9 PM. Holtzclaw's GPS data also showed he was on patrol on the night of May 21st and that he was located downtown during a portion of that shift. This is the night that Morris claims the assault occurred. In the account she gave to the officers responding to Christopher Shelton's 911 call, Morris details an officer instructing her to unzip her pants and perform oral sex on him, threatening her with jail for outstanding warrants if she did not comply. She stated the officer pulled his erect penis out through his zipper hole and put it in her mouth for a short time before dropping her off at a nearby alley. The MO is remarkably similar to the Liggins accusation. Morris described the officer as white but with darker skin, a muscular build, and clean-shaven, though she did place his age at around 40.
She says that he stopped her later on, like I say, later on in the month. There's more kind of a downtown area. Does that ring a bell at all?
I don't recall any of those pictures. I don't recall any of that. Okay. I don't ever go downtown besides if I go to the gas station or county or...
Zip on back to this other deal. You're saying about...
Absolutely fucking ridiculous. That all of these people would like somehow come up with the same shit. And not only that, but also more importantly, this is literally the most fucking jacked cop in all of Oklahoma. They're 100% going to fucking know who he is. He is literally like, he is, you can spot this motherfucker from a lineup from a mile away, dude. He looks very different from other cops. He does stick out like a sore thumb, literally. Thank you, chatter. That was a good joke.
15-minute traffic stop.
Yeah, I did hear the question.
How long do you usually take on traffic stop, just on average?
Maybe 20 minutes.
Now,
that's a long time.
Now, 20 minutes, and I'll give it to you. Just even doing the gang stuff and all that, okay. 20 minutes. Now, that's going to be some 800 time, right?
800, searching the car in detail, all that.
Okay, so doing all of that, all the running, waiting in line, and even on a search. Now, the question I have is we got a lapse of time here, so I'm kind of get a better handle on where the time went. You're talking about 15 minutes, no 800, no running on the computer, you shut it down. And you said it was just a quick little search of the car. Where's the rest of that time?
Just talking to her.
About what?
Just see where you're going and trying to get her to confess, are you drunk or not? Like, are you been drinking? Because I could smell it when I was in the car, but I can't really get it.
Well, what if she said, yes, I'm drunk?
I probably would have took her down.
Did you do any tests?
I didn't do any sobriety tests. Just from inside the car, smelling it, and that's about it. Emotional, maybe.
But even that'd be just within a minute or two. I mean, I used to be DRE, so that I know how long those questions will last. So then you switch on over. But nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. Okay. Who all was home when you got home?
My girlfriend, Carrie Hunt.
You live with anybody else?
No, I don't.
Is she a policeman?
No, she's not.
Carrie Hunt?
Carrie Hunt.
What's her number?
Can you go through my phone?
Yeah.
As much as I don't want to get her involved.
We're not going to tell her what's going on, but we are going to.
Tell her whatever you want to.
Yeah, we're not going to.
Her number is going to be 918.
You created some more work. Fixing to go. I just talked to Carrie.
Okay.
She said she was asleep when you got home and you did not try to have sex and you did not have sex.
did try to have sex.
She says you didn't. And I asked her, could you have been asleep? And you had kind of, whoa, no. And she said no. You did not try to have sex.
As much as I don't want to involve her, I tried to have sex with her and she was asleep. Carrie goes to sleep pretty early, about 9, 10 at the late.
Okay, but she would know if you tried. I'm a woman.
I know.
And my husband comes home in the middle of the night and I'm like, are you kidding me? I've been asleep. You said you twirled around her vagina.
I did.
And you put it in a little bit and then she said, I'm tired. No.
I did.
She would remember that to tell me.
Shoot. Maybe.
She said you did not try to have sex.
And it's more personal because it's Carrie, but I did try to have sex with Carrie. I did.
I don't know what to say. I mean, because it just looks like I just caught you in a lie. And now I don't know what to believe. I don't know, you're a dude. Does your wife get pissed off if you try to wake her up in the middle of the night?
She had white thong on and a t-shirt. And
Okay, you talk to him. I'm going to go call her again.
Okay.
Because right now, I don't believe it.
Hey, the pants.
You want me to bring them in?
Yeah.
In a plastic bag?
Yeah.
I mean, a brown paper sack. Okay, don't start yet.
and that's probably her destiny or whatever. I don't know.
She's like, what? All right, man. Put the pants in this bag and just put the. I think you're gonna need to, unless you want to keep the.
Okay. I don't fucking understand. Like, maybe chat can elaborate. But what if he is lying about the sex? Like, what's the significance of him having sex with his girlfriend versus not? Was there semen on his pants? Also, I like that his cover up for sexual assault on a suspect or on someone who he was stopping was, oh no, I was sexually assaulting almost my girlfriend. Like I attempted to, like that's wild, but you know, we're beyond that. You know what I mean? We're not going to talk about that, but that's a really interesting way to, you know, get out of a sexual assault charges by just admitting to other sexual assault attempts. He's just like, I can't be controlled. I am unstoppable. Good alibi. Very cool alibi to do that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Shirt on. I don't know. I don't know if this shirt's gonna be big enough for you. You're a big old boy. Was gonna get a tie back, so I don't know where these come from.
Holtzclaw removes his uniform and hands it in as evidence, marking the last time that he will ever sport the attire of an Oklahoma City police officer. He's immediately placed on administrative leave as the Sex Crimes Unit gears up for what will prove to be an intense investigation and an absolutely explosive case for the city. The raw 2-hour footage of Daniel Holtzclaw's interrogation has been a source of fascination for many within the true crime community and some outside of it for a myriad of reasons, and those familiar with it may have noticed that we've forded through it to an arguably excessive degree, skipping some very notable portions entirely. That's because we'll be returning to it later. Detectives Davis and Gregory found the similarities between the encounters that Terry Morris and Janie Liggins described, totally independent of one another, to be striking, even more so when taking into account they occurred within weeks of each other. And when on July 22nd, DNA from an unknown female was identified on the inside fly area of the pants Holtzclaw handed in, they concluded that this already bleak picture was likely far worse still. They believed this was a serial offender. Terry Morris had stated that the officer who assaulted her had used the threat of jail to coerce her into the sex acts, specifically citing outstanding warrants. And so from there, they began combing through a list of individuals Holtzclaw had run searches on, making particular note of those who had a similar profile to Morris, and began making contact with the ones that raised red flags. In the months that followed, multiple women began confirming that they were sexually assaulted by the police officer believed to be Daniel Holtzclaw. There was a very clear pattern: poor African-American women with a history of drug abuse and/or prostitution. Including Morris and Liggins, 13 would wind up going to trial. Here are the accounts of the 11 not yet mentioned. 39-year-old Sherry Ellis stated that approximately 3 months before she was contacted by police, an officer had stopped her while she was walking along Highland. He had her put her hands out to the side while he conducted a pat search from behind. During that, he touched her breasts and ran his hand between her legs, touching both her buttocks and her vagina while he did this. He then put her in the back seat of his car. He called dispatch and was told she had outstanding warrants. He then asked her what she thought they needed to do about this. From there, the officer stood over her while she was in the back seat, pulled his penis out and put it in her face, then in her mouth for a short time. He then drove her to a nearby old abandoned school, parked behind the building, made her get out of the car and pull her pants down. Then he made her bend over and raped her, after which he let her go. 53-year-old Florine Mathis was interviewed in prison as she was serving a sentence for an assault and battery charge at the time she came on the investigators' radar. Mathis stated an officer had stopped her near a park in the early evening. She could not place the exact date as she was under the influence at the time. She sat on the curb at the passenger side of the officer's patrol car as he ran a check on her. The officer told her she was all clear and then started questioning her as to whether she knew any working girls in the area, and also implied that she was a prostitute, which she denied. The officer then had her get up from the curb and began fondling her breasts over her clothes, but stopped when a car drove by or someone came out of a nearby house, and that was the end of the encounter. Mathis described the officer as being part Hispanic, part white, having dark brown to black hair and very muscular, though she did place his height at 5.
Part of the reason why he got is because he went after yet another black woman thinking that this was going to be another, like, easy to, like, quiet victim. Because, like, it's obvious that he's going after vulnerable people, using the threat of the law to fucking, you know, using the threat of the law to subject them to whatever the fuck he wants them to do, raping them, and then not even fearing the consequences. But in this instance, like, the first person that we actually saw that immediately reported him did not have that same background.
5'10". 41-year-old Tabitha Barnes claimed around the midnight hour of
Is this an
March
assumption
4th,
or a fact? My assumption is that looking at all of the other victims and their backgrounds, that where either it's like people who have drug problems or people who are potential like prostitutes, things like that, he saw them as like easy prey because the system does not care about these people, unfortunately. But it feels like the last person, or rather the first person that we saw, didn't have that background at all. It was she had like a drug charge from many years ago, but it was nothing, and immediately went to the authorities. Because remember, a lot of these people are fucking terrified of cops for obviously good reasons. Do you understand? Especially if you're a black sex worker in fucking Oklahoma with a history of drug problems, like, the police are never going to be on your side. Like, they're never going to be on your side.
On 5th, she was sitting in the passenger seat
Some of the most
her car
marginalized
with her
people on the
friend Angela
planet.
Cooper in the driver's seat and her
In
two
America,
children in the
especially.
back. They were parked facing a stop sign near her house, warming up the car when a police vehicle pulled into Barnes' driveway. Another police officer then pulled up behind them. That officer had Barnes step out of the car that she was in and put her in the back seat of his car. He then told the other officer that he would take care of Barnes, and then that officer then let Cooper and Barnes' two young children go inside their house before leaving. Now the officer that had put Barnes in the back seat of his car was the only one on the scene. The officer then ran her name on his computer and radio, confirming she had small ticket warrants outstanding. He then stepped back to the passenger seat where Barnes was seated and asked if she had drugs on her. She replied she did not. The officer then demanded she lift her shirt and bra up to demonstrate, to the point where her breasts were exposed, and she reluctantly complied. The officer then lifted up Barnes' bare breasts with his hands, held them for a while, then dropped them and indicated he was satisfied she did not have any drugs. He then asked her how much time she had to pay for her tickets, and said he could help her if she played by his rules, which she took as implying he could get rid of her tickets in exchange for sexual favours. Then there was another incident with Tabitha Barnes, placed around March 25th. She arrived at her home around 9:30 p.m. with her 2 children in the back of her car to find a police vehicle parked across the street from her house. There was also an unidentified black male lying in the front of her yard. She then noticed the same officer from the incident earlier that month was on the scene. The officer kicked the man on the ground and told him to get up and move, which he did. The officer asked no questions of him. Like last time, the officer then had Barnes sit in the back of his car, and he asked her if she had taken care of her tickets. She told him that she hadn't and started challenging him, asking him why he was always alone when they encountered each other, to which he responded that he was doing her a favour. Barnes now complained that the officer was scaring her children who were standing nearby at this point. The officer then ordered the children to go inside, which they did. Like last time, the officer said he needed confirmation she did not have any drugs. Based on the last incident, Barnes knew what the officer wanted from her, and so, not wanting to go to jail, she exposed her breasts as she knew that's all that would satisfy him. The officer then asked about her pants. She objected that her leggings were too tight to conceal drugs, but the officer was not satisfied, and so again not wanting to go to jail, Barnes reluctantly moved her pants, exposing her vagina as she was not wearing underwear at the time. The officer then told her he knew she didn't have any drugs inside the house, as he had already searched it while she was away, and he inquired about a man he found sleeping inside. Barnes then got out of the car, and the officer told her he wanted to make sure his $20 was still there. Not knowing what he meant, she turned around to see a $20 note sitting on the back seat. She asked what it was for, and he told her he had his reasons. Barnes was then let go. When she got in the house, she asked her boyfriend about the incident, and he confirmed that he had woken up to the officer shining a flashlight in his face, and that the officer had told him he had run him for warrants. And then there was a third incident the very next day. At around 4:30 p.m, Tabitha Barnes heard a knock at the door, went to open it, and the same officer was there. He asked if he could come in, to which Barnes replied no. The officer told her he needed to search her house for drugs, and she objected that he had just done that yesterday. He mumbled something and then said, "You still haven't paid for those fucking tickets," told her he'd be back, and then left. Not long after this incident, Barnes moved into her mother's house for 3 months. Before that, she would notice the officer drive by her house every day. She described him as being about 6'1" to 6'2", very built, and about 230 pounds. She thought he might have been Indian, noting his skin was not pale. He had spiked brown hair, and she placed his age at 34 or younger. 52-year-old Carla Johnson said she had been stopped twice by an officer who assaulted her. She placed the first event about 4.5 months before the time she was interviewed on the 14th of August. She said that stop was around midnight, and the officer pulled up behind her while she was on foot between Northeast 14th and Northeast 15th. He asked her if she was buying dope, which she denied. He had her empty her pockets and put her purse on the trunk of his car. He also had her remove her shoes, socks and jacket and asked her if she was wearing a bra. She said she wasn't and shook her shirt to demonstrate. The officer then put Johnson in the back of his car and searched her purse and jacket. He then got into the car and began asking her a series of questions, including whether or not she had drugs, was involved with sex work, and whether or not she had anything in her pants. Johnson said the officer asked her if she had anything in her pants 7 to 8 times. She was adamant she did not, and told him he could call a female officer to search her, which he never did. He called in a check on her over his radio, and after she came back clear, he let her go. However, after she got out from the back seat, she noticed a $20 bill lying on it. Thinking it was hers, she picked it up and put it in her pocket. As she was putting her thing—
Bro, he's literally developing a signature move, like a serial rapist. It's like a calling card. What the fuck? What was he, like, trying to get caught?
Back in her purse in the trunk of the officer's car. He asked her to give his $20 back. Realizing she had all the money she had before the stop in her back pocket, she returned the officer's $20 bill without hesitation. He then told her, "I had that money back there for a reason."
By the way, the signature move calling card thing is something that serial killers do. What? Serial killers also drink water. That doesn't mean he's a killer too. Wait, what? Wait, are you a truther? Are you a Daniel Holtzclaw truther? I'm very interested to see the turn on this, because like right now everything fucking shows, everything says guilty as a motherfucker. Like everything says guilty as a motherfucker. So I am very curious to see what will happen here if there is like a lot of contradicting information.
Reason. This marks the end of their first encounter with no sexual assault occurring. Then about 1.5 months later, at roughly 2 in the morning, when she was on foot at Northeast 16th on Jordan, the same officer rounded the corner and almost hit her. He got out of his car and asked her where she was coming from. She said she was on her way home from her cousin's house. He asked if she had any drugs or knives on her, and she replied that she did not, pulling out her pockets. Like last time, the officer put her in the back of his car and then he got into the front seat. He asked if he had stopped her before and taken her to jail, and she said that he had stopped her a month and a half ago but had let her go. The officer said that he can have a female officer come and search her if he believed she had drugs. She had condoms in her pocket, and the officer asked if she was out looking for dates tonight, and she said she wasn't. Like last time, he checks her for warrants on his radio and she comes back clean. He then let her out of the car and asked her if she had anything in her pants. She promised she didn't, and the officer said, "Let me check." Johnson turned around, expecting a pat check, when the officer reached around from behind her, grabbed
Okay, bro, I get it.
her breasts and began fondling them. He then put his hand down her pants, under her panties, and began fondling her vagina. She begged him to stop, and after a few moments, he let her go. 44-year-old Carla Rains said that sometime in the last year she was stopped by an officer as she was walking alone on Northeast 16th near Fonts Hill Avenue at about 10 p.m. He wanted to know where she was going and where she had been. He asked if she had anything on her and she replied no, after which he pat searched her. After that, he said that he needed to check her and motioned for her to pull up her shirt, telling her he needed to make sure. She stated she felt she needed to lift her shirt and bra up to expose her breasts, which she did before.
To the chatter who asked, why do reasonably attractive men do this? This has nothing to do with like sexual gratification and everything to do with power. It's not about like whether he could get laid or not. And oh yeah, that's why he's like having to do this to these sorts of women. It is sadistic and it's completely about power. Like he wants to overpower and hurt these women. That's where that comes from. That's where that interest comes from. He wants to disregard them, treat them like trash.
Before covering them again. He then ran her name for warrants and let her go. She described the officer as 6 feet tall, white but with a tan, 210 pounds, and built, though she did place his age in the late 30s. 37-year-old Rosetta Great told detectives during a jailhouse interview that an officer had pulled up to her as she was walking along Jordan, having left a spot where she had been smoking crack. He got out of...
Look, every single victim so far consistently either has like a pattern of like drug abuse or prostitution. They have like outstanding warrants. They're all very vulnerable. What they are not is in the same age range. So it's like clear to me that he does not give a fuck about the way that they look or anything like that. Like he doesn't have a type beyond like obviously who he can get away with like abusing this way and assaulting this way. What about race? And they're all black women, which of course lay at the intersection. Black sex workers who also have drug addictions literally lay firmly at the intersection of marginalization. So their credibility is they don't have any credibility in the eyes of the law, unfortunately. So that's what it is.
Out of the car and asked her what she was doing there, and she admitted that she was getting high. She said that she had been trying to walk home for a while, but every time she caught a date, she would wind up back at the same spot. At this point, the officer offered her a ride home and she accepted. They then set off toward her home after the officer searched her purse and made her break a crack pipe she had on her. When they arrived at her house, the officer followed Great to her door and then into the house and upstairs to her bedroom. She didn't question the situation because she didn't want to get in trouble. He told her to have a seat at the front of her bed and then he unzipped his pants, telling her this was better than county. He then had her perform oral sex on him. After that, he told her to lay back on the bed, which she did, and then he raped her. After he finished, he went back downstairs and left. 29-year-old Kayla Lyles said she was walking along Northeast 16th one night on a date she couldn't place exactly when an officer pulled up and asked her what she was doing. She said she was walking to a friend's house. He ran her on his computer and she came back clear. He then asked if she wanted a ride. Lyles declined, but the officer persisted and said that he needed to be sure where she was going. Eventually, she agreed to being taken halfway there, telling him she did not want to be seen in a police car in that neighborhood. Once in the car, the officer drove her to a nearby vacant school building. He then got out of the car, opened Lyle's door, and told her to get out. She turned around so that her feet were on the ground, but her body was still in the car, and the officer started grabbing his penis and said, "I bet that pussy is wet," to which she did not respond. The officer pulled his pants halfway down, exposing his erect penis. He put it in and out of her mouth for brief periods of time, and Lyles recalled he seemed to be in a hurry. She also recalled at some point during the incident, he touched her breasts and made her pull her shirt out to expose them. The officer told her to pull her pants down so he could see she didn't have anything stuffed in there. She pulled her pants halfway down, at which point he had her bend over in the back seat of the car. He then raped her for approximately 5 to 10 minutes, after which he let her go and told her he'd like to see her again tomorrow night. 22-year-old Shadarian Hill came forward after recognizing Holtzclaw on the news as the officer who had raped her on the 20th of December 2013. Hill had been arrested by Holtzclaw for PCP possession and taken her to Southwest Medical Center to be treated for a potential overdose. While she was in the hospital room, Holtzclaw stayed with her alone for several hours. He told her that he could help make her charges go away if she worked with him.
Bro, it doesn't make it better that there's also the same fucking background music, you know what I mean? Like the repetition of the cases and the details within the cases, and also the same fucking song on a loop is like making me lose my mind.
He went on to sexually assault her repeatedly over the course of those several hours.
Okay, I'm skipping the rest of this.
Her on the social media platform and exchanged dozens of text messages with her.
Oh wait, fuck, there's more information here.
In January of 2014, Holtzclaw would add Hill on Facebook, message her on the social media platform, and exchange dozens of text messages with her. On one occasion, he also stopped by her house in his personal car. He mentioned helping her get out of her charges and exposed himself to her, but no sexual contact occurred on that occasion. 48-year-old Sarita Bowen said that sometime in July of 2004.
Okay.
Ladera Gardner said that she was walking north on Blackwelder with her two friends, Face and Melody, when a police officer pulled up. The police officer put Face, the male in the group, in the back of his car, while she and Melody sat on the curb. He then spoke with all three of them separately. The officer ran Gardner on his
The reason why I'm not skipping this one is because it's the details might be different.
Computer and told her she had a warrant for trespassing. He said it was only a city charge and that he would let her go, but she needed to pay it quickly. A little while later, as Gardner is walking home, the same officer pulled up to her and told her that he did not believe she was who she said she was. He asked where she lived, and after she told him, he had her get in the back of his patrol car and drove her to her house. When they pulled up into her driveway, no one else was home, and Gardner told the officer she did not have the key to get in. The officer reiterated that he believed she was faking her identity. She walked to the porch and the officer followed her. He told her he needed to search her for drugs, and when he did, he put his hands underneath her shirt and bra and squeezed her breasts from behind. He then put his hand down her pants under her panties and put his finger in her vagina. He reminded her she had warrants and said that this was the only way she would avoid going to jail. He then got her to bend over and raped her while making several lewd comments. After he finished raping her, he told her he would see her later and left. Adira Gardner would later be found to be a match for the unknown female DNA that was found on the inside of Holtzclaw's.
How the fuck do you motherfuckers say that this isn't like, that this is a setup, dude?
55 year.
Okay, we're done. We're done. Come on. Oh, there we go. Fucking finally, holy shit.
They hadn't come forward earlier. They were scared of retaliation and they didn't think they'd be believed. There was a widely held belief throughout the poor black neighborhoods of Oklahoma City that the police were the enemy and that the feeling was mutual. No matter what the extent of abuse may be, they would look after their own. And they certainly wouldn't let a member of their ranks serve time based on the word of drug addicts and prostitutes. After all, that's why Holtzclaw targeted them in the first place. However, with the encouragement, reassurances and support of the investigators, the woman who came to be referred to as the Oklahoma 13 agreed to take the stand.
Waiting on this verdict in a highly charged trial with all kinds of racial undertones. This is out of Oklahoma City. The suspect's name, Daniel Holtzclaw. He is an ex-cop now, but he was an officer on the Oklahoma City police force when he was accused of the serial rapes here of 13 African-American women. The prosecution claims he picked them because he didn't think they'd speak up. Holtzclaw faces 36 counts in all, including sexual battery, forcible oral sodomy, and rape. So Nick Valencia back on this. Also joining us, criminal defense attorney Allison Trussell. So first, Nick, can you just bring us up to speed?
This has been a lengthy trial, Brooke. 5 weeks of testimony, and a lot of that has to do with what you just reported. 13 women, all of them African-American, all of them accusing Daniel Holtzclaw, that former Oklahoma City police officer, of raping them, of sexually assaulting them. Now, the state alleges that Holtzclaw singled out his victims, trying to pick out people in impoverished areas, people who may have had checkered pasts or run-ins with the police department. So if they ever...
The person who asked, how is this a controversial case? I don't know. Apparently, Americans have a way to even make this much of an open and shut, horrifying case of like serial sexual assault into one that is a matter of like injustice. It seems literally the most straightforward thus far. We're only an hour in. There's another hour here. The more information that I get about this case, the more I'm interested to find out what the fucking twist is. Like, holy shit.
Did come forward to report this, that their credibility would be drawn in question. Now, to Holtzclaw's credibility, the defense did call his ex-girlfriend to the stand to speak to his character. She talked about how, according to local affiliate reporting, that he had read Bible scriptures to her. They were together for about a year and a half. That's about as much information as we know there. But the big bombshell in this case, Brooke, is skin cells. It rests on skin cells of a then 17-year-old who is accusing Holtzclaw of rape. Those skin cells found both inside and outside of the zipper of Holtzclaw.
We turn now to the stunning sentence tonight for a former police officer from Oklahoma City, convicted of assaulting several women, and the grandmother credited with cracking the case wide open. And tonight, how the judge ruled late today, that former cop now sentenced to 263 years behind bars. Here's ABC's Pierre Thomas.
Today, former officer Daniel Holtzclaw led to court in handcuffs, and inside, receiving a sentence to fit his horrific crimes. His eyes closed in court as the judge condemned him to 263 years in prison. The attacks had gone on for months, with many of the victims poor and black with criminal records afraid to come forward.
I was scared. I didn't know what to do.
That was until Holtzclaw abused this neighborhood grandmother.
He just picked the wrong lady to stop that night.
Yes.
The old adage, justice is blind, is one met with a considerable amount of skepticism from many in society, as time after time, those in positions of power are seen getting off light or suffering no consequences at all for wrongs committed against the marginalised. An element of the Holtzclaw case that served to intensify the public's rage, no small feat given the baseline hideousness of the charges, was that perceived power imbalance seemed to be acknowledged and indeed counted upon by the offender. Holtzclaw chose those who are in positions most of us will be fortunate enough to never endure: impoverished, chronically drug addicted, reliant on sex work just to make it through to the next day, the sorts of people most in need of help. But instead of being protected, they were abused in some of the most ghastly ways imaginable, at the hands of a man wearing a badge that endorsed his honor. And Holtzclaw chose the...
Don't stop spitting in chat, dude. Keep spitting on him.
The weakest in society on purpose, confident that they wouldn't come forward because they knew who they were and who he was. And what's worse still, the plan may have worked if it wasn't for that June 18th traffic stop. A quality that marks nearly all serial offenders is an escalation in appetite over time, a need to ramp things up in order to get their fix. That may be in the form of increasing the regularity of their crimes or the level of violence involved in them, and sometimes they'll do it by way of increasing the levels of risk. Up until Holtzclaw pulled over Janie Liggins, he had always made sure that his victims were well and truly on the outs, and just as planned, nothing had come back to him. On that night though, he never ran a record check on Liggins. and presumably thought he could get the measure of her and her circumstances by gut check alone. The risk he took on that proved to be the one mistake that caused everything to unravel, and unmasked a horrifying trail of abuse spanning many months, all the while remaining totally underground. It was a mistake that cost him 263 years, several lifetimes in prison. An impossible sentence, befitting acts of incomprehensible evil.
Wait, what? Ferguson? What the fuck?
But is there another way to look at all this?
Oh god, that's so loud! Oh, that scared the shit out of me, dude. That fucking scared the shit out of me. Why? Why would you do that, man?
Oh, fuck! Fuck you! Fuck the police! Oh my god.
Ferguson, in 2014.
2014, Michael Brown, an 18-year-old unarmed black man, was shot and killed by Ferguson police officer Darren Wilson. Time doesn't permit unpacking the circumstances around the incident any further than that, but Brown's killing was seen by many as tantamount to a modern lynching, and the outrage stemming from it led to intense civil unrest in the heart of Ferguson, Missouri, taking the form of everything from peaceful protests to all-out riots. And so the narrative goes that when reports began circulating in the news about an African-American grandmother being pulled over and raped by an officer in neighboring Oklahoma, and the investigators began to realize just how possible it was that the charges wouldn't stick, the powers that be mustered all of their resources to ensure the story of the rapist cop walking free did not become a reality. They would see to it that Daniel Holtzclaw was found guilty by a jury of his peers come hell or high water. The driver of this determination was not so much that they were certain he did it, but that they were certain that they could not afford for the streets of Oklahoma City to become another Ferguson. This version of events has sometimes been described as a conspiracy theory, and
yeah, and a racist one at that. I can't wait to hear another hour of that. Sounds pretty fucking insane.
while that term is often used as a pejorative, conspiracies do happen, and not all theories are equal. So how plausible is this one really?
Yeah, dude. I've heard this from racist people about Derek Chauvin too. That like Derek Chauvin should have gotten away with it, but the only reason why he didn't is because like we had to give black people something as like a sacrificial lamb. Like that's what fucking racist people literally say. I mean, Fox News. Fox News said that. Fox News unironically said that on their national broadcast, so.
Back home, my friends and family.
I think he's going to disprove that. Like, he's going to, there's no shot he lets it go. And I think he's way too.
Was born on the 10th of December, 1986, to parents Eric and Kamiko Holt.
This dude is way too fucking woke to, like, let a conspiracy like that linger on.
He was the baby of the family, coming after his two siblings, Julie and Jennifer. And fortunately, his sisters were just as smitten with him as his parents. With an obvious athletic bend from day one, Daniel quickly rose to prominence as the star linebacker for the Enid High School football team.
I'm the king of Oklahoma.
Oh yeah.
And the folks in Tulsa.
Oh yeah, he did that. The jury also convicted Derek Chauvin because they were scared of the BLM riots.
Setting a school record for 25 tackles.
Which, by the way, it's incredibly racist, but also at the same time, doesn't that make you feel a little good? That, like, although it's not real, that you think racist white people are like racist white people are just like a little bit worried about like people retaliating. to that degree. Not at all. What the fuck? I mean, I've said it before, but it's like, I mean, the protests being seen as like protests being seen as like a scary thing. And this is really interesting because like a lot of people are conflicted on this. I said this before and some people got mad in the past as well. But that's democracy. Like, you're being afraid of the rule of the majority in this circumstance, especially because only the fucking most racist people believe that, will maybe push them to not be as racist. That's how I feel about it. But maybe I'm wrong, because I have heard some people say no. Why would I be glad that some people are afraid that some people would receive justice? No, 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 no. You misunderstood, my friend. Don't be racist because black people are violent is still a take based on racism. You feel me? You're misunderstanding me. I think that part of me knows that there are people who are impossible to change their minds on. Like, they're just fucking so certain about their racism. And those people fearing the crowd, low key makes me feel a little, a little bit better. I know that many of you think that that's not appropriate because you want them to see the crowd as a group of people that have a righteous cause. You know what I mean? A group of people with a righteous cause that are, that are doing something that's honorable. These people are never going to see black people in that way. Anyway, results. It's like with Dream, it doesn't matter what he really thinks. What? Anyway, it is top of the hour, so I will hit you with a 60-second ad break. I'm not gonna fucking do any fun transitions for you because I don't feel like it. So here's a 60-second ad break. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, you can subscribe. You can subscribe for free or with a $5 subscription. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. Sorry. Here's the ad break now. Being scared of protest isn't that bad. However, being scared at the top of the hour is very reasonable. Thank you. I agree.
Tackles in a game. And while the profile of popular high school football star with a specialty in tackling might conjure up images of a bully jock in some people's minds, Daniel Holtzclaw did not fit into the mold of a gridiron meathead. Marked by a reserved and considerate demeanour, no one ever really had a bad word to say about him. We can say that with confidence because later in life, professionals would comb through his past trying very hard to find people who did. They came out completely empty-handed. His athletic ability was of such a high pedigree, it earned him a scholarship at Eastern Michigan University, where he graduated with a degree in criminal justice. Holtzclaw had aspirations to go pro in football, but unfortunately he didn't make the cut for the NFL draft. Knockbacks like that can be devastating, and when a person's life dream is put to an end in such a decisive way, it's not all too uncommon for them to go into a deep depression or even lash out against others. But again,
which is why he became a cop.
And Daniel Holtzclaw defied stereotypes. In about as much time as it takes to brush a little dirt off one's shoulder, he resolved to move on to what was next and followed in his father's footsteps, becoming a police officer. Patrolling for the Spring Lake division of the Oklahoma City Police Department, he found a lot to relish in the job. From chase downs that brought back feelings of being on the football field, to the day-to-day routine of helping out his fellow citizens. At the age of 27, he'd already had more ups and downs than some people will see in a lifetime. And while the lost dreams of fame and fortune that come with being a pro football player still hurt sometimes.
Parents are white libertarian with Asian wife too. Oh, dude. Yeah. This is the outcome of Libertarian with Asian Wives Facebook group. Daniel Holtzclaw. Also libertarian cop, by the way.
Ultimately, Daniel Holtzclaw felt that he had made good. Until that one June afternoon when he walked in to begin his late night shift, and his entire life, as he knew it, began to unravel.
A month or two and none of this will matter very much.
Given the onslaught of abject horror you've been subjected to earlier, it would be understandable if you found the fawning introduction of this video's second half to be in very poor taste. But there was a reason for it beyond serving as a tonal shift. Although it's not unheard of for someone who was previously seen as a pillar of the community to be revealed as a sexual deviant or even a serial killer. Typically in those sorts of cases, previous red flags or troubling incidents that were observed by those around them will come to light after the fact. For a serial rapist and extreme sexual sadist to have absolutely zero instances of transgressions or questionable behaviour noted by ex-girlfriends or their peers is...
That's weird.
Well, it is certainly atypical. That's not to say it's impossible, but it is unusual and...
I mean, there's a permanent fucking vibe check that you can always go back to, which is that he has a Charlie Kirk style incredibly tiny face. And when one has such an incredibly tiny face, you just have to always remember, like, am I dealing with a Charlie Kirk style person? And that's unfortunately a permanent vibe check failure.
Enough that it should give you serious pause before concluding their guilt.
I did not say, notice how I did not say tiny head. I have a perfectly proportional face to head ratio, despite the fact that my head looks much, much smaller with respect to my shoulder width because I have gigantic shoulders.
Absent categorical proof they're the culprit of the deeds in question, which leads us to a much less speculative point that's key to the proposition of Daniel Holtzclaw's innocence. Detectives Kim Davis and Rocky Gregory were convinced of Daniel Holtzclaw's guilt from the outset. This is not so much an allegation as it is a matter of public record.
Before we started the interview, I felt like that what Janie told me was the truth, yes.
It was my main focus. I was going to put him in prison.
The extent of their bias is illustrated all the more vividly when observing how they responded to holes in their model. After deciding that Holtzclaw was guilty of what Janie Liggins alleged, and was also the officer responsible for the rape of Terry Morris, they came to the understandable conclusion that there were likely more unreported cases out there. They also concluded that if Daniel Holtzclaw was a serial rapist, then he would almost certainly have some skeletons in the closet of his personal history. Also an understandable conclusion, because, as has just been noted, the vast majority of the time, a person with this sort of profile would indeed have some sinister actions in their past. Sinister actions that, even if well concealed, would be unearthed after some serious digging. And so seriously dig they did. They interviewed multiple people associated with Holtzclaw, both inside and outside of his police work, and after none of them were able to cast aspersions on his character, they moved on to the town of Ypsilanti, Michigan, where Holtzclaw had gone to university. Again, not a negative word was to be found pertaining to Daniel Holtzclaw. Leaving no stone unturned, they...
Okay, that in and of itself is like a red flag, dude. What the fuck? You couldn't find one person who hates the guy? That's kind of weird. Also, I totally see why there's like a big community of like justice advocates for Daniel Holtzclaw. Like, good background, good looking guy who like played football and shit, cop family, but most importantly, the detective. The victims are who they are, as you know. But most importantly, the detective is a woman. So like, you can tell incels probably ate this shit up. You know what I mean?
They then journeyed to Enid, Oklahoma, tracing the investigation of Holtzclaw's propensity for sexual assault all the way back to high school. Just as before, they found no romantic partner who could recall any sort of wrongdoing, or even an associate who could remember witnessing something untoward. And after finding absolutely nothing in Daniel Holtzclaw's past that fit with the profile they'd created based off of his alleged actions, at not one moment did they reconsider the pursuit of him as Oklahoma City's most prolific serial rapist. Of course, you might forgive this bias in light of how vindicated...
You saying he's good looking is prove it straight. Why? He's like jacked as fuck.
their theory wound up being later on. After all, as we've seen, they did indeed find multiple women Holtzclaw was confirmed as having come into contact with while on duty who all had strikingly similar accounts of being sexually assaulted by a police officer. And that's quite...
I mean, he's a bit of a butterface, for sure. Jacked equaled hot? Oh, no. I don't know. I mean... Listen, when I see like a dude with a lot of muscles, I know the amount of work that goes into it, okay? So I see nothing else but dedication. Obviously, in this instance, I see a rapist, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if we're looking at
numerous reports detailing the same MO are indeed very damning in a case like this, but much less so if those similarities and even the initial accusations themselves are prompted, something that will become a recurring theme on this side of the video. The integrity of corresponding accounts is further compromised if the nature of the alleged crime, the MO of the suspect, and or the suspect's identity is publicly known. This poisons the well, as any potential complainant who's contacted or comes forward may be privy to information that will make their story more credible.
We begin tonight with some shocking allegations against an Oklahoma City police officer.
A woman says she was pulled over, frisked, and forced to perform oral sex during a traffic stop. She talked exclusively with Newsline crime tracker Adriana Ivashinsky, who joins us with the story now live. Adriana?
Kelly, Oklahoma City police confirmed they are investigating this claim and that an officer has been placed on administrative leave, but they are not releasing his name at this time. But this woman tells me she's just glad he's off the streets.
This woman agreed to talk with me as long as we protected her identity. She says she was driving home from a friend's house last Thursday around 2 a.m. when she was pulled over.
And as I passed 50 and Lincoln, the lights changed. That's when he put his lights on. I say, what did I do?
The 57-year-old grandmother of 12 says she pulled over to the nearest side street, right by these buildings. She says that officer told her to get out of her car and then frisked her. And there were security cameras all around.
So he patted me down, he didn't find anything.
She tells me the officer then told her to undress.
So I raised up my blouse, he wanted me to raise up my bra. I did all that. He took his flashlight, he shined it on my chest.
She says he then forced her to perform oral sex while she was sitting in his squad car.
I said, oh no, sir. I said, you ain't supposed to do this. I said, you're supposed to do this to me, sir.
This grandmother says a car even passed them during the incident.
He said, hurry up, he's actually got off of duty. He said, I don't have all night.
She says the entire time she feared for her life.
I said, sir, no, I can't do this. He said, come on, just a minute. I said, sir, I can't do this. I said, you're going to shoot me, you're going to shoot.
I'm glad that they really hid her identity by, I guess, not giving her immediate address. Like, what the fuck, dude? They didn't even, like, distort her voice or anything.
Officer Daniel Holtzclaw is in custody tonight with several women coming forward claiming to be his victims. KOCO's Bree Steffen has the latest tonight on the case. She's live at the Oklahoma County Jail. Bree?
Well, this was a very difficult announcement for the Oklahoma City Police to make, many of them taking it very personally. That officer was booked into jail earlier today for allegedly sexually abusing several women throughout the past couple of months while he was on duty. He's off the streets tonight, but investigators are worried there could still be more victims out there. This Oklahoma City police officer accused of violent crimes. Daniel Holtzclaw has been on administrative leave since June, when a woman accused him of sexually assaulting her during a traffic stop. Now, rape, sodomy, and sexual battery are just a few of the complaints against him. The Sex Crimes Unit uncovered 6 other women who also claim to have been abused by Holtzclaw.
Traffic stops, some of the individuals were actually just walking, say walking in the neighborhood, and they were stopped, searched, threatened in some way with arrest or something to that extent, and as a result of that, coerced them into providing sexual favors to him.
While all of the charges will be examined, not all of them can be given equal time, and so to illustrate the flaws and bias involved with this investigation, and lay some of the foundation for your reassessment of Daniel Holtzclaw's guilt, it's important to revisit the case of Terry Morris, whose allegation, you'll recall, predates the Liggins traffic stop and the resulting investigation into media attention. Her case was assigned to Rocky Gregory on May 27th, still several weeks before he'd be pursuing Holtzclaw as her assailant. Gregory actually had quite a lot of difficulty even finding Morris for her version of events, as she had been wayward on the streets since the night she initially reported being raped by an officer, and none of her acquaintances knew where to find her. However, on June 3rd, Gregory is informed that Morris has been detained at Northeast 26th and Urban League Court, and he finally gets the chance to interview her. She was very unhappy with the circumstances surrounding the interview, and seemed to have lost interest in pursuing her assailant.
You know I gotta encourage you to go through and talk to me. Okay. I can't have this guy running around Oklahoma City.
But somebody else can do it. I don't want to. I just want to leave it alone. I want to try to.
Let me ask you this: do you have children? You do, or you very close to your children? Are they going? Are they going with you?
I don't want to. I just want to sign a paper, please, please, please.
Give me 2 more minutes, and I'll fill it up as I talk. Okay, I'll fill it out as I talk.
Jeez.
Oh, I thought you were at a rehab here.
I was after I came from Woodward.
Okay, so you went.
Woodward is a mental health.
Okay, and then you went where?
I was at the City Rescue Mission. I was in the BTL.
Did you?
Faith-based drug program.
Where's that at?
Downtown. Right down here somewhere.
What's
so bad.
What's the name of it?
City Rescue Mission.
But you said that there was a faith.
BTL.
BTL. From what I understood, you left a rehab.
I don't. Please. Oh God. Jesus.
Well, you gotta understand. You can't blame me for trying. You know, that's your mental health. What you been diagnosed?
Paranoid schizophrenic with depressive features.
Schizophrenic?
Post-traumatic disorder.
With what kind of features?
Depressive.
I gotta find a date. I gotta put a date down.
For what?
For whatever had happened.
Well, I don't know. It happened sometime last month. That's all I remember.
Last month in May?
Yeah.
This is really fucked up. So I'm going to issue another verbal trigger warning that, like, I assume most of the fucking testimony will be, like, belittled by, or seemingly belittled by having some, like, really ableist takes, some really fucking racist takes. I'm just letting you guys know that, like, it feels as though the reason why they say that these, like, testimonies are not credible is because, you know, this person has, like, a mental health complication, you know, that sort of thing, and addicted to drugs.
Yeah, it was last month about, I don't know, first, second, third week, something, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know, this says location of offense.
It was in downtown, I don't know, downtown, somewhere down here. I don't know, dog. I don't know because I'm not from downtown. I'm from the northeast area, so I don't know. It didn't seem that far away from the City Rescue Mission. I don't know. I was coming back from the east side and taking care of my business. I don't know because, I don't know. I don't know my directions. Like, I just don't know. Wasn't really sure I was not far from the City Rescue Mission. He said that.
I gotta have you sign this, okay? But you gotta put it like an actual reason. Is there anything I can say to persuade you to change your mind? What if you needed more time?
No, I just want to get it because I'm leaving it. That's why my AD's coming to get me at the end of May because I'm having a hard time.
You know, I wish you would talk with me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still gonna.
I wonder why it's a little bit hard for her to fucking, I don't know, give a accurate testimony about all the events that transpired. One, you know, it's clearly a traumatic situation. Two, she already has like some mental health problems. And lastly, like one thing is like asking someone to relive the trauma for the sake of evidence. The other is she's being asked to relive the trauma by a fucking cop. Like by a male cop in the same outfit. Like, holy fuck, dude. You guys didn't think that you should like bring, I don't know, like either a female investigator that wasn't, you know, was in plain clothes or some shit? Like, why the fuck would you get credible testimony out of a person? Oh no, a cop, the horror? Oh no, a white male cop? Dude, are you fucking stupid? Like, this is literally a rape case. Maybe one day that same thing will happen to you by a white male cop, so only then will you understand it, okay? It's not a big deal, right? So it shouldn't be an issue if it happens to you, right? Dumbass. Jesus Christ, dude.
I give you my phone number because I hope you do, because I don't want this guy on my police department.
Me, I don't want him near me.
Terry, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Anything that I should know? I can't tell you. I want to beg you to give me information.
He's literally treating her like she's a suspect, dude. It's so bad. I know motherfuckers in the chat who are dense are literally going to be like, oh, I don't understand. I don't understand. He's just trying to get testimony. It's like, no. Like, there is a proper way to deal with this situation. No, the way he's pushing her, he needs to have baby gloves on, dude. He needs to have baby gloves on, and he needs to not be the one doing this regardless. You're never going to get good, credible information out of a person who's already like super fucking traumatized by... He's not helping, okay? He might have the best intentions at heart, but he is not fucking helping, dude. That's crazy. If she was a white girl from a middle-class family, you think this cop would be able to fucking question her like this? A white girl from a middle-class family who was raped? No fucking shot. Actually, probably yes. I take it back, because he's just a fucking ape. So probably yes. But again, still, like, he's literally fucking questioning her aggressively. Yeah, he's a cop and these are rape victims. I don't think they're known for being super careful with that, but...
I know, I was asked in person.
The only thing that can really be ascertained from Gregory's first interview with Morris is that she is adamant the incident occurred downtown, and probably near the city rescue mission. Even the date is very foggy. Just under a fortnight after Morris's first fruitless interview, Detective Gregory now has...
For the record, I will point this out one last time before people fucking yell at me, but like, it's not even entirely the cop's fault. He's just trying to make the best of the situation. He's trying to do the most with what is given to him, with the amount of training that he has, with his understanding of the situation. Whereas, like, in a normal circumstance like that, you definitely should be talking with a social worker rather than like a cop like that who clearly is ill-equipped to deal with getting testimony from a rape victim.
as a prime suspect in Daniel Holtzclaw and sought out Morris again to see if she would help pin him as the culprit. He was able to get a photo lineup in front of her on June 24th, but she was unable to positively identify Holtzclaw, saying she wasn't sure, and he ran into another problem concerning the date.
So you're not for sure on the time? Now before you thought it was at the end of May 20th, 21st, is that still?
Yeah.
That still sounds right? Like just a couple of days before you talk with the officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you interested in going forward with this?
As noted during Holtzclaw's interrogation, his GPS data did have him downtown on the 20th, but this was only for a brief period when he was making a county jail arrest. His patrol car never made peculiar stops in the downtown area after that, making his rape of Morris near the city rescue mission on that date logistically impossible. In fact,
see, that's what I'm saying, like, there's no way that testimony was going to be solid. She can't even fucking recall the dates. She has no fucking clue. She's like she's barely keeping it together. No shot was that going to be like of an accurate or solid fucking testimony. So there was another cop? No, I don't think she got the dates right. Do you understand? Why isn't she able to recall the date? Because she has like a litany of mental health complications, is also like, has addiction problems. Like, there's no way she's like undergoing PTSD. She's homeless, undergoing PTSD, and was like raped. I don't even know if she's like, I'm trying to be as polite as possible in the way that I'm like describing the circumstance with her, but like, I don't think the cops did it on purpose. I'm not saying the cops played her. I'm stating that like, they didn't. I think the cops wanted to bust Daniel Holtzclaw, first of all, but I don't think they went about it in the right way, partially because they just don't know any better.
It was logistically impossible for Holtzclaw to have raped Morris in that area on any date, as his GPS data never showed any kind of stop in downtown that could fit with that scenario. He had recently run Morris through the Varuna database though, on May 8th, nearly 2 weeks prior to the date of the incident.
Yeah, so, you know, think about that.
And Holtzclaw's encounter with Morris took place at Liberty Station Apartments, about 4 miles from the city rescue mission. It was also an encounter Holtzclaw did not make any attempt to hide, as he called Morris in at the time.
Want to run LSCL, last name is Morris, Mary, Ocean, Robert, Ida, Sam, first name is Terry, Tom, Edward, Robert, Ida, Deborah, 63, Barfield.
From the perspective of wanting to strengthen the case against Holtzclaw, Gregory's second interview with Morris was a disaster, but still he was not deterred. On July 10th, he interviewed Morris for a third time, and now the circumstances were a little different. Morris was in Oklahoma County Jail for a drug charge and eager to transfer to rehab. During that interview, she changed the location to Liberty Station Apartments. She never explicitly revised the date, but because May 8th was the day Holtzclaw stopped her, that was just taken as a given. In addition to all of this, there happens to be an alternative suspect for the Morris accusation, who seems to tick more boxes.
There was literally DNA on this pants? Yeah, we're talking about 13 victims though. That's only one of the 13, and this is one of them that does not have DNA evidence. So I think that's why he's going through each individual case that was like faulty testimony. Which this is something that a prosecutor, well, not a prosecutor, a defense attorney would shred through, absolutely shred through.
Than Holtzclaw does. An officer by the name...
That's like a gigantic investigative fuck up, dude.
Name of Jeff Sellers was the only other OCPD personnel to have recently run a records check on Morris. This was a bit earlier, on April 11th, so it wouldn't have been on the night of the alleged assault either, but could fit the same MO the OCPD was positing, of a predator who profiled victims in advance. Sellers had been previously fired by the OCPD for having sex with prostitutes in his patrol car while on duty, later being reinstated after winning an arbitration decision. He was not included in the photo lineup shown to Morris, and he was never treated as a suspect by Detective Rocky Gregory. If all of this is beginning to make you dubious toward the validity of these particular accusations, then you're in the same company as the jury. Daniel Holtzclaw was found not guilty of all charges pertaining to Terry Morris.
See? I told you, there's no shot you could fucking get him guilty on that. No, that's just one of 13, chat. Calm down. Chat! You, like, don't understand how this fucking process works.
With plenty of fires left to put out, and having not yet addressed any of the charges that account for Holtzclaw's 200...
You can't fucking... Guys, I still think he's a fucking rapist, okay? Like, we already know he went to prison for 263 years at this point in the story. This is one of 13 counts. Okay? It's not a spoiler. We already saw that part of the video.
You wouldn't be thinking critically if you weren't still somewhat skeptical of his total innocence. But if the preview of how this investigation was conducted, and the demonstration of how some of the elements of this case that appear the worst on a surface level can actually be the least damning upon closer inspection, has been enough to sow some seeds of doubt in your mind, then it's about time to return to the interrogation.
Agree?
Agree.
Sign, print.
Damn, bro. You guys are, like, I think some of you behave purposely obtuse in instances like this. Okay? This doesn't mean he's innocent. This just means that on that circumstance, on that investigation, sloppy police work showed that he wasn't guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for that specific case. Okay? That's it. If someone gives a testimony, and that's not like, that person was clearly traumatized, okay? That was a horrible testimony, like horrible testimony. And then also on top of that, like, she then changes the testimony to fit the actual date. Like, no way.
That's too funny. I haven't met anybody else that writes left-handed. It kind of creates a problem when you're on a traffic stop, doesn't it? Because you're writing and holding your ticket book in this hand and your gun hand doesn't bother you? Well, that's because you're huge. What's your commission number?
1782.
I masturbate, right? And does that work?
Yes, you heard that correctly. Detective Rocky Gregory has just used his first words in the room to announce he's an ambidextrous masturbator. One noteworthy feature of this interrogation that was largely scrubbed the first time round is both Davis and Gregory's frequent and deliberate use of crude language around sexual topics. One explanation for this is that they're trying to establish a cavalier attitude toward the sorts of acts they're trying to move Holtzclaw toward a confession on. The less he thinks they take this sort of thing seriously, the more he'll be willing to disclose. Another explanation that's been posited by Brian Bates, a member of Holtzclaw's trial defense team and the owner of the website that's watermarked at the bottom right corner of the screen, is that this was a misguided attempt at rapport building. The idea being that because detectives knew Holtzclaw was a high school football star, he would probably respond well to jocular locker room language. Both of these explanations make enough sense. What doesn't make any sense in either case, though, is that after it becomes immediately apparent that Holtzclaw is visibly uncomfortable, and therefore this approach is going to have the opposite effect of causing him to open up or relate, they continually persist with the strategy. It's genuinely bizarre to watch.
I think I do that left-handed.
Very good.
Well, I am dominant.
You are?
Yes.
And there's nothing.
Did she lift it up like this?
No.
Okay. So she never, like, went, whoo, nothing,
No.
exposed her breasts or anything like that?
She asked me if I was like, no, it's okay.
She asked you?
If you want to search me, I'm like, no, it's okay.
So she never, like, put her hands on the car and you...
No.
Okay. Okay. She's saying that you made her lift up her shirt, and when she lifted up her shirt, she exposed her breasts.
No.
The following portion of the interrogation, and others like it, are very polarizing. Some find Holtzclaw to be underreacting to what he's being accused of, and think his body language and wandering...
You know what I'm gonna say, like, vibe checked, and these cops are going to jail, okay? All three of these cops are going to jail. That's a failure. That's a vibe check failure, hardcore, can't be doing that, jail time.
Wandering eye contact is suspicious. Others say that his concise and firm but calm denials are congruous with innocence, and that any outward signs of nervousness are to be expected given the situation he's in. See what you think.
No.
Did you ever see
I asked her, is there anything inside your bra? And she said no. So I was like, okay. And she said, you want me to show you? And that's all the time I said, no. No, you don't need to do that.
She said she said she was doing this. When you said, is there anything inside your bra? And she was going, no, I don't have anything like that. Did she do that?
Yeah, she did, but I didn't look or anything like that.
Right.
And then she was like, do you want me to show you? I was like, no.
She said when she said, do you want me to show you? You said, yeah, and she went,
no, I didn't.
But could she have been, woo, flashing you? And now you don't want to tell me because you're afraid you're going to get in trouble?
No, when I told her no, I said no.
Then she didn't go, yeah,
No.
you know, because sometimes drunk girls are,
having a good time.
yeah, and partying down. And let's face it,
I've already heard stories about officers
people
and
want,
whatnot.
they
so
want
I don't
officers
want-
for
I didn't want-
hubbies
so
or
I said
whatever.
no.
And,
I said no.
but you could have said no. But I'm asking you if she flashed you anyways.
I didn't see her. I didn't see her
no
breasts.
boobies?
I didn't see her breasts.
Okay. What about?
Okay, I know I said this already. I know I said this earlier when we first saw his testimony, but his fucking testimony, if he wasn't a cop, and if they didn't have the physical evidence of like the 17-year-old's like stain on his pants, his testimony here, like this interrogation, literally makes him look not bad at all. Like, I'm not a fucking behavioral scientist, and a lot of that is pseudoscience anyway, pseudoscientific garbage at all anyway. But like, the way that he is reacting actually is not like a person who's guilty. Either he's like super sociopathic, like really, really good at lying, like insanely good at lying, which could be the case, is he is a cop. It wasn't a stain on his pants, it was skin cells. Okay, sorry. Skin cells. It's not even, what do you mean he's so passive? If he's innocent, he would be aggressive in repelling such accusations? No, he is. He is repelling accusations aggressively and then dialing it back. Do you not see him?
Pants.
Nothing in her pants as far as I can see. She was wearing tight jeans. So
She said she pulled them down.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see her pull them down?
I didn't see her pulling down pants.
Could she have done it when you were up searching the car?
She could have. I didn't
Did
have
she
her.
have them on?
I didn't have her handcuffed or anything.
When you came back to the car and got her out, were her pants fastened? Were they?
Yeah, everything.
They
was
were
still,
up and.
everything was still intact.
So you never saw her pull her pants down?
No, I didn't.
Why do you think she's making this up?
I don't know.
Well, Daniel, this is kind of one of the things that we kind of bring it in here to see how truthful you are.
Right.
Now you need to kind of think of a few different things here.
Okay.
Okay. We pulled up a lot of video around that area after these allegations.
Okay.
Okay. She also had a SANE exam, which you know what that consists of.
Right.
There's a reason why we wanted your buckles.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I mean, we can go through a couple different things of why we've got you in here, but you sure there's nothing you want to?
Nothing.
So if we go off the video and watch that,
right,
you're still going to stick with your story?
Yes, sir.
If we go off DNA?
DNA as well.
Should we show you the video?
If yes.
You do want to see it?
Yes.
So there's nothing that...
Everything that I recall of that night is what was asked and everything. That's what happened.
Are we going to get something from the SANE exam?
Go with the SANE exam.
Do you understand that you don't have to full-blown ejaculate to get something out of the SANE exam?
Right.
We can get skin cells, we can get pre-ejaculate, we can do all that and still get DNA.
Right.
All of this is true, which makes the fact that Liggins' SANE exam came back negative all the more significant. Bear in mind, her buccal swabs were taken within a few hours of the alleged assault, yet still no biological material from Holtzclaw was found in her mouth. Just as with Holtzclaw having no prior history, this does not make her version of events impossible, but it should certainly have inspired more skepticism in the investigators, i.e.
For the record, like a 57-year-old grandma of 12 isn't gonna like randomly fucking make up a story about how she was raped when like he is in a significantly more suspicious situation, turning off his fucking GPS, letting her go after she was quote unquote drunk, right? So like, so all of those other pieces of evidence directly point to him being guilty as fuck. You know what I mean? The multiple allegations come after. I'm talking about in this situation right now. It's just like his testimony here makes him look I can see why people were like, it just makes it look weird. He doesn't look like super suspicious, not doing like shit that very suspicious people would do here.
Any at all, then it did.
And did your penis go in her mouth?
No, it did not.
Okay. Because DNA will clear it up.
You got any identifying marks around your penis? Or?
I don't.
Just a plain old penis, huh?
Plain old penis.
Plain old 14.
Like he okay, you're gonna get mad probably, but oh my god, plain old 14-incher, what the fuck? Dude, he's like uncomfortable by what the cops are saying to him about like sexual stuff.
I don't say about that, but
See, you should have. You just had your opportunity.
How often do you have sex?
About once a day, if that.
You guys have sex once a day?
Yeah.
How old are you?
27.
Well, yeah.
How much you jerk off?
Maybe once a day.
Yo, dude. Okay. I'm saying it again, dude. These cops, jail. Literally. These detectives, jail time, dude. That is a biblical vibe check, dude. That's a biblical vibe check failure, okay? Prison time for all of them. What the fuck?
So you have sex once a day and masturbate once a day?
Yeah.
What'd you do when you got shot down at home today? Usually you got to relieve that.
Right. That's
I know.
That was before work. That happened before work.
You said you picked her up around 50th and Lincoln. I mean, when you saw her swerve,
right.
Did you at any time, were you always behind her, or did you pull up beside her to maybe see who was?
Is this some blue collar talk, job talk here? I'll tell you what. Yeah, dude. I love being blue collar and sexually harassed by my colleagues all the time, dude. It's actually blue collar as fuck to like have the most uncomfortable conversations about your penis size with your coworkers that like you're clearly not that fucking tight with. By the way, just because it might happen in blue collar situations doesn't mean it's fucking warranted, and it's certainly not here.
Was in the car and then pull back.
Police interrogation gone sexual, literally, dude.
She was at 50th and Lincoln, swerved, and I was behind her, so I fell behind her, and then went
You were
past
ever
her.
beside her?
No.
This is an aspect of Liggins' story that has been convincingly discredited. In her account, the officer pulled up beside her driver's side window before pulling her over. The implication being Holtzclaw was checking to see if the driver fit the profile of the sort of person he would victimize and whether or not they were alone. However, Janie Liggins' Grand Dam had dark tinted windows that would make this impossible. Davis herself would later concede under sworn testimony that Holtzclaw would not have been able to see who was in the car even during the daytime.
Any cars passing by then?
Maybe a couple.
Could she have missed? Because if you're standing right here and you're a big guy,
Right.
and she's sitting right here, if she goes like this, well, she's gonna be looking right at your penis.
Okay. But it was just talking.
Did you?
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? Bro, these people should never Oh my god, they almost fucked up like a serial sexual assault case, dude. Bro, how the fuck? Yo, dude. Yo. This is crazy, bro.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever get a hard on while you were talking to her? Because she could have...
I don't think
These
I
pants
got.
don't fit the greatest,
Right.
and if you get a hard on, I'm gonna be able to tell you got a hard on.
Right, and I'm pretty positive I didn't get a hard on.
Didn't get a hard on
I'm
when you
pretty
talked to her.
pretty
Well,
positive.
do you still just get boners because you get boners?
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
Okay. So, have you ever got a boner on a call?
I'm pretty sure I have.
Okay.
Pretty sure I have.
But it's not something you would
No.
remember. I mean, I would remember if I got a hard on
Right.
talking to somebody.
And as a guy, it happens.
That's not something.
It
I know.
happens,
I know.
so.
Well, you're not 50 yet either, so happens because of your age. Could she have Could you have got a hard on and she saw it and it
I don't think I got
scared her?
I don't think I got a hard on, but like I said, she was already nervous and crying and whatnot. I already told her, I'm like, hey, I want to go home. I'm done with my shift. I don't think you need to be worried about. If nothing's on board where I need to take you to jail, you're good. I'm not worried about no state driver's license.
Did your pants come unzipped, unbuttoned, anything while you were standing right there?
No.
Bro, this is just not even a good, like, this is objectively a horrifyingly bad interrogation. Like, you're not trying to catch him in anything. There's no, like, luring him under, you know, false pretenses or anything like that. Like, there's no trap here. It's just, like, it honestly comes across as a bunch of fucking cops just, like, I don't know how to describe it. Just, like, saying whatever fucking comes to their minds, dude.
One interesting talking point from Holtzclaw's defense team revolves around his police attire and the logistical feasibility of pulling his erect penis through his zipper hole without a struggle or having to pull his pants down. In addition to having a tight-fitting uniform over a muscular body, as well as a bulletproof vest and a heavy gun belt, Holtzclaw also sported compression underwear that took significantly more effort to pull down than normal boxers. Yet many of his accusers, including Liggins, stated that he pulled his penis through his zipper in not much more than an instant. Depending on how critical you want to be of this argument, you might allow that being on the receiving end of something as traumatic as a sexual assault would warp your sense of time and make everything seem to be happening quickly. In the case of Liggins, though, there's an additional hurdle. Holtzclaw was holding his flashlight at the time she says he pulled out his penis. So now, in addition to all of the other obstacles he needs to overcome, he needs to do so with only one hand free, yet still there's nothing in her recollection about any appearance of a struggle.
CSI is processing your car right now.
Right.
And when we stepped out, they found some pubic hairs right in here. Could they be yours?
No, that's not. I didn't pull my.
What the fuck? There were no pubic hairs in Holtzclaw's car. Davis admitted at trial she only said this to try and get a reaction from
Penis
him.
out. I didn't do anything right there.
Did she?
No.
But do you think they could be?
No, it's not. No. Nothing of mine.
Your pubes couldn't be
No.
right there?
No.
A thing that kind of concerns me is...
Are they questioning a guy's ability to pull out his penis despite obstacles? Yeah, I mean, that's like... That's a legitimate line of defense there. If, like... If you go through the events and he's wearing, like, a fuckload of shit that's in... that's obstructing, like... The only reason... a defense team will shred through that 100%. Why wouldn't they fucking use that as a part of the defense?
Everything you're telling me is dead on to what she says. Everything. Except the sexual stuff.
Though this is asinine on its face, Detective Davis seemingly is not just saying this to increase the pressure on Holtzclaw. The fact that everything Holtzclaw is saying matches Liggins' account up until the accusations of sexual assault is something she's also referenced in media interviews as one of the reasons she was so sure of Holtzclaw's guilt. There are several glaring issues with her logic. 1. If anything, it's a sign he's being honest, because he isn't trying to rejig small details that might make him look better, that he told her he was going to follow her home, for instance. 2. Aside from the fact that sexual assault is obviously always going to be the main point of contention, guilty or innocent, if Liggins were lying about it, she would have no incentive to tell additional lies beyond that. Having an account that is otherwise consistent with the officers, and anything that is verifiable, will make her seem more credible, just as Davis is demonstrating. Holtzclaw's attorney, Scott Adams, pointed out in his closing argument that it's very difficult to reveal a lie that's been hidden amongst the truth. And 3, it's actually not true that their stories are absolutely dead on except for the sexual stuff. For instance, Holtzclaw has denied that either of their hands were ever on the top of his patrol car, and when it was later checked for prints, none were found. Along with the sane test and the tinted windows of Liggins' car, you might now be starting to notice a pattern. Whenever their stories diverge in a manner that is testable, Holtzclaw's account is the one most validated by available evidence.
Do you think you have a high sex drive?
Yeah.
Do you like oral sex? Normal?
I like it all.
You'll take it at okay. Do you prefer vaginal? Would you rather get a blowjob or do it in the hoo-ha?
Do it. Me? You take it in the
No, you give it in the hoo-ha or get a blowjob?
Sex.
Sex? What about anal sex?
No, I don't like that.
Okay.
What the fuck is happening, dude? Sorry, I know people in the chat are like trying desperately to make it seem like they're trying to build a profile here. That's why they're asking these questions. Like, I partially get why, because a lot of the victims said like that he demanded oral sex and shit like that.
Okay.
Well, just step out.
I had some questions about some midgets, but I guess I'll leave that alone.
Have you ever had sex with a dude?
I've never had sex with a dude.
Have you ever wanted to?
I do not. I do not want to mess with a guy.
Carrie Hunt?
Carrie Hunt.
What's her number?
Can you go through my phone?
Yeah. You created some more work.
Wait, they're letting him use his phone?
Fixing to go. I just talked to Carrie.
Okay.
She said she was asleep when you got home and you did not try to have sex and you did not have sex.
I did try to have sex.
She said you didn't. And I asked her, could you have been asleep? And you kind of, no. And she said no. You did not try to have sex.
As much as I don't want to involve her, I tried to have sex with her and she was asleep.
The entire "did you try to have sex with your girlfriend" portion of the interrogation is peculiar, as it's linked to whether or not Holtzclaw is guilty of any crime is tenuous at best. In fact, if you were going to try to draw any conclusion from it, you could argue his attempting to do so would be more of an indication of guilt, because if he
By the way, that's kind of what I fucking said too. Like where he was like, what does this have to do with her? What does this have to do with him? Like, I guess pre-cum on his pants, right? Remember when I asked you guys, like, why is this a part of the case? Like, when they first brought this up in the beginning of the interview, like in the middle part of the interview, I was like, why are they, did I miss something? Like, why are they, what would this do?
performed forcible oral sodomy on Liggins, but didn't ejaculate, he may well be aroused and in need of release by the time he got home. In fairness to Davis, though, she likely doesn't really think it's material, and is just attempting to increase the pressure on Holtzclaw by making him feel as if he's been caught in a lie.
I don't know what to say, I mean, because it just looks like I just caught you in a lie, and now I don't know what to believe.
Yet funnily enough, this point of contention made it all the way to trial. Carrie Hunt was the defence's only witness, and prosecutor Galen Giger pursued her in Holtzclaw's contradiction. If you're curious as to whether she reversed her story or maintained Holtzclaw was being untruthful, it was essentially a wash. She elaborated that while she could indeed not remember Holtzclaw waking her for sex, she was taking the sleeping medication ZQL at the time, which put her under to enough of an extent that if she was briefly woken up, she may not remember the encounter. Giger used this to imply Holtzclaw was either lying or prone to attempting to have sex with comatose women.
I don't know. I don't know if this shirt's going to be big enough for you. Here, there you go, boy. I was going to get a tie back, so I don't know where these came from.
The second go over the interrogation will double as the defense analysis for linchpin accuser Jenny Liggins.
By the way, that actually literally even takes away the suspicion from him like raping his girlfriend, because like if she was asleep and he tried to fuck her, that's one thing. But if he woke her up not realizing that like she was fucking Zekeled out, thinking that she was awake, and could like, you know, consent, and then couldn't finish the job or even do the job, then it's like, wait, was half their case he tries to wake up his girlfriend, hey, wanna fuck? Oh, okay, later. I mean, it is actually fucking decent profiling to say that like a serial rapist was like literally raping his girlfriend. But how do you know his girlfriend is zonked out? They just said, oh, how do you not know your girlfriend is zonked out? I don't know. Zequil is weak as fuck. You don't know how much she fucking took. I mean, I don't know.
Liggins' claims. Just to reiterate, no direct evidence was ever found to corroborate her accusations, despite an exceptionally prompt SANE exam, and investigators going to great lengths to verify her story, quickly taking Holtzclaw's car and clothes, and closely examining them for incriminating material. Couple that again with the fact that in all areas where Holtzclaw's account contradicted Liggins's, the facts pointed toward his side of the story. And now consider this. A jury in a criminal trial is instructed that they can only deliver a guilty verdict if they believe the defendant's guilt to be beyond a reasonable doubt. To put a finer point on it, that means that while the case doesn't have to be so solid as to be categorically proven, more likely than not is not good enough for a conviction. Even if they believe in the accused's guilt somewhere in the range of a 70-30 split, still they should return a not guilty verdict. To bring back the guilty verdict, they must believe that no reasonable person could believe the accused is the one telling the truth. Daniel Holtzclaw was found guilty on all counts pertaining to Janie Liggins. After Terry Morris, there are 4 more accusers whose allegations rendered only not guilty verdicts. One will be explained in detail later on. The remaining 3 are Florine Mathis, Carla Rains, and Kayla Lyles. Holtzclaw had stopped and called in Mathis's car near a suspected crack house, several blocks from where she alleged the assault occurred. His GPS data also never had him making a stop at the location she insisted on. This, coupled with other demonstrably false claims and contradictory statements in her interviews and testimony, presumably caused the jury to find she was not credible as a victim. When Carla Rains was initially interviewed by Detective Gregory, she calmly denied being assaulted by a police officer 7 times.
Have you ever come to
Shit, it's loud.
any contact where an officer has been inappropriate?
No.
Have you ever had to expose yourself to them?
No. Mm-mm.
But you wasn't asked to, if you had any drugs on you, anything like that, and you had to
Expose myself.
You think he actually did these crimes? I think that most of them, yes. Some of them I can't say because it just doesn't. Like, if a witness contradicts themselves, then I can't fucking say yes to it, but some of them, undeniably, yes. Most of them, it seems like, undeniably, yes.
Mm-mm. No. I haven't had. How did you get my name anyway on something like this? I've never seen that before, but. Okay.
Gregory left this out of his police report. That is very important to note for when we start getting into more of the guilty verdicts, because not all of Gregory and Davis's interviews were recorded. If their police reports can have such significant omissions as is
partially what some chatters brought up is that, like, why would any of them lie? What is actually interesting is what some chatters were bringing up in the chat. That at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, right? And if you no longer want to see the ads, if you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? I had to bring the segues back, dude. You guys were fucking complaining that, you know, it wasn't. It just didn't feel right not segueing, okay? Early as usual. I'm fucking 4 minutes early, bitch. Shut up. Here's the 1 minute ad now. Okay, what the chatters were saying, and I was actually going to say something, and then I realized it's a good time to do a segue. What some chatters were saying, that there might have been multiple officers that have done, like, rapes. Because if you recall the testimonies, like, they kind of describe cops that might be like different cops. You know what I mean? Like they're close enough to what he looks like a little bit, but like he's a very unique looking thumb, you know? So I feel like they would all nail him on like a jacked ass cop, you know what I mean? So what I feel like could be something is that like he was a rapist, but then there were multiple other cops that were also doing rapes, and then they like tried to find a narrative to like hit him with all of it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like out of the 13 cases, like 6 of them were him, and then the other they like tallied onto him or something, depending on what the evidence is. I don't know, but it does that could be the case. But having said that, of course, like these are victims with a lot of trauma, so like the recall is not going to be great regardless.
Shown in the Rains case, then interviews that are documented only by detectives' written accounts should be treated as highly suspect. After initially denying any inappropriate experiences, she stated a police officer had once exposed himself to her at a gas station, and that officer was black. Gregory showed no interest in this incident, and after further prodding, Rains recalled a police officer stopping her and asking her to pull her bra out and shake it in order to check her for drugs. She characterized it as a relatively innocuous and routine encounter, and placed it in the summer of 2013. By the time she was at trial, she alleged the officer had told her to expose herself, and moved the date to March 14th of 2014.
Dude, another thing that is also interesting to think about is like, you don't feel comfortable being able to do this if you don't feel like other cops are doing it and getting away with it. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems too perfect of a narrative to just like pin on one cop. Like one guy was just like serially raping all these women. It could be the case, but it certainly feels like there could have been more than one, and there could have been more than one, and then they just like literally tied it all to this dude because like he was the most like dead to rights guilty, especially with like the skin cell, maybe, you know what I mean? Because like the skin cell test, the skin cell is like pretty fucking solid, and the 57-year-old with no priors, like that's wild, you know? Like a person like that doesn't just fucking make this shit up. But I don't know. All these fucking instances do seem to be very similar to one another.
Holtzclaw had stopped her for approximately 10 minutes. When asked about the reason for the date change, she stated it was because the DA had told her that was the correct one. Kayla Lyles made her accusation through her parole officer on September 16th after missing set meetings which put her in violation of her parole. At this point, Holtzclaw had been shown on the news and she knew Detective Davis had been trying to contact her. Her estimation of the amount of time it took for Holtzclaw to rape her shifted dramatically, from 5 to 10 minutes when she was initially interviewed, and 10 minutes if that during the preliminary hearing, to up to 30 minutes by the time she took the stand. The prosecution placed the date of her rape on June 18th, which means they argued he did it shortly before raping Janie Liggins and less than 24 hours before he handed in his clothes. Despite the extent of the alleged rape and its proximity to Holtzclaw submitting physical evidence, no DNA profile matching Lyles was found on his uniform.
See?
And so with 21 years covered and 242 to go, it's time to look at the rest of the guilty verdicts. First, we'll start with Sherry Ellis. Issues with the Ellis case begin from the very first time she spoke to Detective Davis over the phone. Davis stated to Ellis,
I work in sex crimes, and I've been working some cases, and I received a tip that you may have been sexually assaulted by a police officer.
Of course, she had received no such tip. Davis and...
For the record, even if you were sexually assaulted by another cop, you see another cop on the news for doing sexual harassment, like, and you're trying to lighten your sentence or whatever, or you think you're gonna get like a better situation out of this, like, you could absolutely fucking change your testimony to this. That's another reason why they might have that person might have given like might have changed their testimony, or they could have been traumatized and misremember the details, which is also something that happens very frequently. So it's, but by the way, no matter what, the one thing that we can all agree on is that this motherfucker got not because of the detectives, but in spite of the detectives, okay? Holy shit. They were, Jesus, Lord mercy, dude. They are.
Gregory had just gone through the records of people Holtzclaw had run searches on and narrowed down a list of people who fit the profile they had created. African-American females with a record of drug abuse and or prostitution. The detectives were within their rights to put their theory that they were dealing with a serial predator to the test, but the correct way to put it to the test would have been to interview their subjects, asking open-ended questions and seeing what came up, not telling them from the outset they suspected them to be victims of sexual assault. And there were some areas of Ellis's account that started to seriously drift from implicating Holtzclaw.
Tell me your description of him.
He's black.
He's okay. He's black male.
Muscular.
Muscular. How tall could you tell? You're pretty tall. How tall are you? How tall are you?
5'11".
Is he taller than you or shorter than you?
Like right here, maybe.
That's now not one but two people that have said the person was black.
Like that?
So you think he's shorter than you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ellis recalling her assailant as being black and somewhere in the vicinity of 5'9" should have been a rather alarming contradiction to the theory that the 6'2" Japanese Caucasian Holtzclaw was the perpetrator. But just as before...
Bro, there's definitely multiple rapists. I mean, I can't say definitely, but it literally feels like there is... It feels like there is more than one cop out there. Because, like, what the fuck?
Hits were taken as validating the theory, and misses were written off as minor bumps in the road. And just as with Terry Morris, they failed to investigate an alternative suspect.
And if they were worried about, like, a potential backlash, like a BLM movement starting in Oklahoma as well, it would be better to pin it on one fucking cop with a swift case that they threw the book at, rather than widespread department corruption and, like, mass rape in the department, because that, no matter what happens, would have absolutely warranted a fucking protests, widespread protests in the state.
Suspect that fit the description. Lieutenant Alex Edwards was working the same late-night shift as Holtzclaw on May 6th, the date they ultimately placed the assault based on GPS data and records checks, and he was patrolling an area just to the east of where Holtzclaw was on duty. Unfortunately, things get really interesting after Holtzclaw's conviction. On October 14th of 2016, Edwards was arrested.
Oh, come on, dude!
In a prostitution sting operation. He was also found to have been negotiating oral sex among other sex acts via text messages with a prostitute, as well as feeding her information about police operations.
Wow!
Edwards' known misdeeds and movements on May 6th are not enough to convincingly implicate him as having raped Sherry Ellis, and you can't fault investigators for not being able to see the future. But the fact that despite his appearance being much closer to Ellis's description, he was never so much as shown in a photo lineup to her, is yet another example.
Dude, oh my god, they're so bad. They're so bad. Oh my god, this entire department is fucked, dude. That's insane, dude. That's fucking insane, dude. Yo, I should be a detective. I literally, dude, my vibe checks are 10-10, okay? 100% accuracy. I'm sorry. Holy fucking shit.
Example of Davis's relentless bias. Holtzclaw's GPS data also presents some big problems for Ellis's story. Here's a quick explanation from Brian Bates, taken from the documentary Daniel in the Den by Michelle Malkin.
The GPS says they never stopped at the schoolyard.
What the fuck, Michelle Malkin? Wait, what? Y'all remember Michelle Malkin, dude? White supremacist lady? Imagine getting fucking fired from Fox News for being a white supremacist, dude. That's crazy, because, like, that's the den of white supremacy. I assume she's, like, a Daniel Holtzclaw supporter. How do you remember that? What? She's Asian? Yes. Michelle Malkin was literally ousted by Young America Foundation because she supported Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. Asian white supremacists defending Hispanic white supremacists. It's a very odd couple. Alt-right with Asian wives. Yeah, libertarian guys with Asian wives, dude.
GPS says he was only in the area for a minute or two and was simply driving by.
So we stopped by the infamous former schoolyard, where Ellis claims he parked and raped her for 10 minutes.
His GPS shows that he never stopped. It shows that he went about 2.3 miles per hour. It shows
how disgusted she looks.
That he drove through the area, he was here about 2 minutes, and that he left. He certainly didn't stop. He certainly didn't spend 10 minutes. So
there's someone at my work that's in that Facebook group? No. You know someone who's a libertarian guy with an Asian wife? That's awesome. I love that. It's like seeing a unique animal in the wild, dude. Fascinating.
So he certainly didn't commit the sexual assault that she claimed.
It would have been impossible.
Would have been
to
impossible.
do what he did.
This won't be the last time a clip from that documentary is used to cast doubt on Daniel Holtzclaw's guilt, and so due to the socio-political undertones that make this case so toxic, it should be noted for disclosure that Michelle Malkin is by any reasonable standard a partisan. As an openly and staunchly conservative journalist, as well as a consistent critic of the BLM movement, she certainly has a dog in this fight. But when dealing with a serious case like this, it's important to play the ball and not the player. Malkin's research on this topic has been thorough and substantive, no matter what her motivations may be. One final note on Sherry Ellis. She was interviewed for a 2020 piece on the case, and parts of that interview shed light on how problematic it can be to make a decision on whether or not someone is telling the truth based only on how truthful they appear.
He drove me to a school, and let's side of the school in the back. And he opened the door, he told me to get out and pull my pants down.
You describe him as being like this to you, right? Mm-hmm. And you're about 5'10"?
5'11".
5'11"?
Yeah.
Daniel Holtzclaw is like 6'2".
Oh, see? I still didn't know that.
I mean, that's kind of a big difference, right?
Yeah, well, I really didn't pay any attention. I really didn't. I just knew it was being done to me.
Damn, dude. That's a big fucking height difference, dude. 100% right on multiple cops doing this. They pick vulnerable women. This is easier to discredit them. It's absolutely horrific. Dude, I'm telling you, this reeks of multiple cops, dude.
Tabitha Barnes' first interview with Rocky Gregory was not recorded, but he reports opening it by telling her he's received a tip that she's been the victim of sexual assault, and by the end of it, she was claiming to have been assaulted and harassed by an OCPD officer. The interview had to be cut short, allegedly because she was fatigued, though some have theorized, for reasons that will soon become apparent, that she was too high on PCP to continue. In her second interview, Barnes stated
also she might have had heels on. That's kind of a fucked way to ask that question. Oh, so now 3 inches is a lot? Tell my ex? Okay. I'll tell her tonight. Got him.
States confidently that her first encounter with Holtzclaw, when he had her expose herself, was on March 4th. The reason she was adamant on that was because she could link it to waiting for her food stamp card to renew, while in her car with her friend and daughter. GPS data showed there was no way Holtzclaw could have been anywhere near Barnes' residence that night. By the time she got to trial, the date had changed to February 27th with no explanation. On the 27th, Holtzclaw did a check on Barnes' car because he was suspicious of her being parked.
Bro, I hate repeating this over and over again because people are going to get mad at me. That cop is very fucking unique looking. Okay? He's literally half white, half Asian in fucking Oklahoma. He's 6'2" and jacked as fuck. You mean to tell me that despite all the trauma, like, they wouldn't literally fucking point to him as, like, straight up, like, he sticks out like a sore thumb in a lineup of cops who all look like potato sacks? He's gonna look a little bit different, dude. Which leads me to absolutely believe that there were multiple cops. Like, because I believe the other victims' testimonies, but like they were pointing at a very specific cop. Like they were pointing at a different cop. Because if that was like him doing all of these, you mean to tell me that all these women wouldn't be like, there's a fucking jacked ass 6'2" Asian cop, like.
Across the road from a suspected crack house, which happened to be her own. Again, he didn't try to hide the encounter, radioing it in. He even received backup. She placed her next encounter when Holtzclaw allegedly broke into her house before having her expose herself again, on March 25th. And this time, that did match a date. Holtzclaw was confirmed as having gone into her residence. Again, he radioed this in. He had been patrolling the area and noticed that Barnes's house, which had been burglarized less than a month prior, had no car in the driveway, no lights on, and the door was conspicuously wide open. The very next evening, he again called in a stop at Barnes's house, knocked on her door and requested to search the house for drugs. This much is documented fact and matches her initial account. Holtzclaw's calling any of these interactions aside, it may be starting to come across as harassment at this point. But bear in mind, Barnes's residence was widely known as a crack house. Holtzclaw was within his rights to request a search and did not force himself in when Barnes invoked her right.
Was he within his rights to request a search?
To refuse a search without a warrant. There was never any corroborating evidence or witness for any of her allegations of sexual assault, and so many details surrounding them changed back and forth and back again between her initial report and the trial that it's impossible to list all the discrepancies within a few minutes. Her associates, partner and children were never able to reliably and consistently support her version of events for any given encounter. Tabitha Barnes was also at the center of one of the most...
The reason why I don't think he's fully innocent... Okay, I gotta point this out as well. The reason why I don't think he was fully innocent is because the moment that detectives come on him and like decide to point the finger at him, the finger of blame at him, if he was truly innocent and he was also like investigating the other cops, like a Serpico style situation where like he's like investigating the other cops and that's why they use him as a fall guy or whatever, he would be like, you're doing this because of my investigation. Like he would have immediately got up and been like, fuck that, that's bullshit. You're literally doing this because I was investigating these other cops or some shit like that. That's why I don't think he was like, oh my God, you guys, come on, dude. Come on. I'm trying to fucking, like I said, Fall Guys and everyone is fucking spamming. Okay, people are bored of this story, I can tell. It's almost done. Okay,
sensational
chat, chill.
trial moments. During her testimony, it became apparent that Barnes was high on PCP. The judge had to actually cut it short for her to step down and get tested, after she denied having taken anything more than her prescription medication. She was allowed to resume her testimony later in the afternoon, after the court determined she had sufficiently sobered up. According to Detective Davis's report, she immediately told Carla Johnson that she had received a tip that she may have been sexually assaulted by an Oklahoma City police officer. The interview was not recorded. Johnson stated her assault occurred on May 26th at about 2 a.m, and Holtzclaw was confirmed as having stopped her on that date. But a couple of hours earlier, around midnight, Johnson initially stated that Holtzclaw had grabbed her breasts over her shirt during a pat search and that she was not wearing a bra. By the time of the preliminary hearing, that changed to him putting his hands under her shirt and bra that she was wearing. Then at trial, it was a combination of the two. Over the shirt, but she was wearing a bra. When recounting Holtzclaw's fondling of her vagina, she described her protestations using language that was oddly similar to the account Janie Liggins had given in the news.
I said, oh no, sir. I said, you ain't supposed to do this. I said, you're supposed to do this to me, sir.
No corroborating physical evidence was ever unearthed, nor were any eyewitnesses found despite the incident taking place on a busy street. Rosetta Great claimed that Holtzclaw had given her a ride home.
Some of them, they were just like, we're throwing the book at him.
When he came across her high on crack and prostituting herself, and that he had not called the transportation in.
On the road, Noah SCL, left name is Greg, George, Robert, Adam, Tom, Edward, first name is Rosetta, Robert, Ocean, Sam, Edward, Tom, Adam, date of birth 76, black female. 45 out of 1 at 14th and Jordan. 45 is 1014 with a female is 6 Culberson, drive starting mileage is 09.
She stated that when she was performing oral sex on Holtzclaw, she found it difficult as he was so unkempt. Holtzclaw frequently shaved his privates. Because of her discomfort, she claimed she had to wipe her mouth on her hand, and then she wiped her hand on a nearby chair. She also claimed to have wiped her vagina with a towel immediately after Holtzclaw left, which she then threw back in the closet. No DNA from Daniel Holtzclaw was found on the chair or anywhere else in Rosetta Great's room, and the towel was never found. None of Sarita Bowen's interviews were ever recorded. When Kim Davis first contacted her and told her she had received
It's kind of surprising that they fucking... Okay, this is like actually kind of wild that a criminal justice system that normally would treat like black victims as though they are the criminals themselves would be willing to use that just simple testimony as a fucking enough to indict like this. That is wild. Can you just watch the video match? I mean, dude, that you don't think that is like bizarre that the criminal justice system, our criminal justice system that you're very aware of, would take the testimony that doesn't even match Daniel Holtzclaw's like profile, the testimony of a black sex worker. No shot. Like, in no other circumstance would that be enough for cops to even fucking look in the direction. Especially because, like, especially bizarre considering that, like, there are, in a lot of instances, like, they don't even test for fucking DNA in situations like this when DNA evidence does exist. You know what I mean? Like, cops are not exactly notorious for... They're not exactly known for handling rape cases appropriately. You know what I mean? Like, you don't often hear stories of cops immediately going to jail, or cops catching, not even another cop, but cops catching, like, a rapist and locking them up for doing sex crimes against a black sex worker. That's so weird.
Tip that she was a possible victim of inappropriate behavior involving an Oklahoma City police officer. She acted excited, according to Davis's own report. She placed her assault in July, but her encounter with Holtzclaw was confirmed as happening on the 21st of May. She initially said he had ejaculated, but by the time she got to trial, she said she wasn't sure. She could also not remember whether or not he pulled his pants down. She did not report any assault until over a month after Holtzclaw's identity had been revealed in the news. No physical evidence was ever found to support her claims. Regina Copeland's account of how her assault transpired was categorically disproven by Holtzclaw's GPS data. She claimed Holtzclaw allowed her to drive her car to her relative's house, as he followed her. Holtzclaw's car never even went down her relative's street. His GPS data also revealed that his car was stopped on Miramar Boulevard, the only location the rape could have taken place, for a maximum of 4 minutes and 33 seconds, minus the time he radioed his location into dispatch. Copeland initially stated that the rape had taken a long time. At the preliminary hearing, she gave a time frame of 5 to 10 minutes, and then at trial that changed to no more than 3 minutes or so. She did not report any assault until over a month after Holtzclaw's identity had been revealed on the news. No physical evidence was ever found to support her claims. And then there's Adira Gardner. This is a big one. As you'll recall, this is the 17-year-old whose DNA was found on the fly of Holtzclaw's pants. That was one of the biggest elements of the story in the media, and one of the main talking points for the prosecution. But it's another example of how some of the elements in this case that appear to be extremely damning can become much more benign as you continue to learn more about them. To help explain how that's so in this instance, here's another clip from Michelle Malkin's documentary.
Dr. Dan Crane, professor of biological sciences at Wright State University, is a leading expert on DNA.
The presence of a DNA profile doesn't tell us anything about the time frame or the circumstances under which that DNA came to be on the evidence sample.
And it's easier than you might think for one of these tiny particles to transfer.
I have two different...
Wait, get the fuck out of here, dude. Okay, that part is bullshit.
Kinds of sweetener here. I got sugar and an artificial sweet.
Let me look. I want to look into the background of this fucking guy. Okay, that's what I want to look at.
And I think what we can do is just show how the transfer could take place. Let me hand you the actual sugar, and I've got here a sweetener. If we just rip them open, right? I'm going to put some of my sweetener on my hand. Full gram with a sweetener. So I got a pretty sweet hand right now, right?
Mine's all naturally sweet.
Yeah. Okay, this guy needs to also go to jail, and so does Michelle Malkin. Michelle Malkin never passes the vibe check. This guy also failing the vibe check. Okay, what the fuck's this dude's name? I gotta look at this background. This dude seems like a fucking crank. Okay, 100%, dude. No shot. You can't use this fucking dude as like, no shot, dude. What's his name?
Yeah, so the thing is that it's not going to be at all surprising if at this point we shake hands, right? And we come away, and I got a lot of sugar on my hand, right?
Here.
And you got a lot of sugar on your hand, right? If we were now to take our hands and pick something up, like a water bottle, for instance, would you be surprised if when I put the water bottle down, we look and we find some sugar grains on that, right? I think that's entirely reasonable.
That's frightening. My DNA, the sugar, is on that water bottle, even though I didn't touch it. It transferred when we shook hands. And it gets even scarier. What if we never even touched?
If I grabbed a purse the way that Daniel did when he was rifling through...
Fuck, they're right. Skin cells do fucking shed like crazy. All that dust that you see in your house is like literally accumulated skin cells. But it is inside of the zipper though. Like DNA doesn't always mean fingerprints. I mean, how the fuck did it end up inside of his pants though?
His 17-year-old accusers, and I pick up an object, and if I handed it back to you,
Sure.
what would be on it?
Interestingly, all that I see is sugar. I don't see any of the artificial sweetener, but I don't think it's at all remarkable that we would find some of that sugar on this article. And if I were to handle the article now, what we may find is the sugar's gone and it's on my hand. None of the artificial sweetener is on my hand that I can see, but I've got some sugar on my hand, and if I were to rub my shirt, the sugar's gone. It's on my shirt. If we did a DNA test, we might find only your DNA and none of mine from that transfer that we've just done.
And if you had gone to the bathroom, is it possible that some of that sugar could have transferred to the fly of your pants?
Well, of course, right? There's nothing magical about the fly of somebody's pants compared to any other part of their clothing.
There's another piece of the DNA puzzle that Daniel's appellate team believes is crucial, right here in the crime lab analysis. It appears as if there are at least 3 contributors to the sample that ID'd the teen, including an unknown male's DNA.
To hammer the point home even further, it's not just that innocuous transfer is as likely an explanation as direct contact from a rape. The former is far more likely. Gardner claimed that Holtzclaw vaginally raped her. If that were to happen, with the fly of his pants being in close proximity to Gardner's genitals, you would expect some vaginal secretion to be present, as opposed to the billionth of a gram of skin cells that were discovered. Especially given the alleged event took place on the evening of June 17th, the night before Holtzclaw's June 18th interrogation, after which he handed in his pants. If you've been paying close attention, that detail might have given you somewhat of a shock. Gardner's is one of 3 allegations placed within a 24-hour period, along with Janie Liggins and Kayla Lyles. The prosecution's official version of events that they argued in court was that Daniel Holtzclaw raped Adira Gardner sometime in the evening of the 17th, then raped Kayla Lyles in the early morning hours of the 18th, went back to the station, clocked out and turned off his computer, and then raped Janie Liggins on his way home from work. An absolute rampage, and yet he left barely a trace. The prosecution also lied about the evidence. In his closing, Gayland Giger told the jury emphatically that the DNA had come from the walls of Gardner's vagina. This was in spite of the fact that the state...
Yeah, dude, no shot. He's not innocent. I don't think he's innocent. I don't think he's innocent. I think my theory is correct. My multiple cop theory is fucking correct, dude. No fucking shot. I mean, that's insane that he, like... There's no shot that he did, like, 3 rapes in a row like that. That's crazy. That in that time frame, like... The second male DNA definitely supports the multiple cops theory. Well, not necessarily. The second male DNA just shows that it's that easy to have, like, skin cell DNA get into the inside of your pants. Which one are you confident on? I don't even fucking know anymore, dude. Confirmation bias? I'm glad the Discord is nuked because they'd be triggered by your takes right now. Okay, no need to talk about the Discord. Currently, okay? It is nice, though, that there aren't, like, a sea of, like, 12-month subscribers being like, why are you defending rapists or some shit? Or that I'm a white supremacist now who is, like, who loves cops or some shit. It blows my mind that, like, they found him guilty beyond reasonable doubt on some stuff that, like, is actually genuinely shocking, especially considering that, like, witness testimony is iffy already, without, like, additional supplementary evidence. And witness testimony, in a lot of instances, in the eyes of a jury in our criminal justice system, completely revolves around the credibility of the witness. And someone who I already mentioned is, like, a black sex worker is not going to be seen as credible by our criminal justice system at all. So that is really strange.
Its own expert had conceded earlier in the trial that it was not possible to determine exactly where Gardner's DNA had come from. Unfortunately, that moment was very fleeting, and Holtzclaw's attorney failed to object to Giger's assertion.
Is your name Adept the Best _ What the fuck?
A final point on the DNA evidence before unpacking the last case. As was mentioned earlier,
like, if their testimony at least corroborated, like, his physical appearance, then it would be a little different. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be one of those like, where's the physical evidence, Andes? But, like, their fucking testimonies don't even, their testimony doesn't even match, like, the profile of the predator here. Whether it was his, like, dick being unkempt, or whether it's, like, his fucking height, or straight up calling him black. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Like, how do you fucking lock up a 6'2", half white, half Asian dude, or even convict someone who's 6'2", half white, half Asian for the only on the basis that the eyewitness testimony says This is a 5'9" black cop. That's wild. Like, that is actually wild.
The argument that the state had political motivations for pursuing Holtzclaw with such vigor has been characterized by some as baseless and conspiratorial. Giger's mischaracterization of the evidence was recently put forward in a filing to the Oklahoma Court of Criminal Appeals. In its decision, the court had this to say about the charge that Giger lied to the jury.
Appellant claims the prosecutor argued facts not in evidence. Appellant argues that neither the evidence nor science supports the prosecutor's argument in final closing that the DNA came from AG's vaginal walls and was transferred where AG said it would be on his pants. The DNA expert witness referred to the source of DNA as biological material, which could have been transferred in a liquid. AG herself testified that appellant put his penis in her vagina, suggesting that the DNA came from AG's vagina, transferred by the vaginal fluids, was a reasonable inference from the evidence.
Put simply, what the court is saying is that because Gardner said that Holtzclaw raped her...
Was that a crossover? Hog.
That in and of itself is enough evidence to support the assertion the DNA came from her vagina as opposed to innocuous transfer. Does this strike you as the reasoning of a learned jurist, or circular...
Dude, that's crazy. I'm sorry. If there's like vaginal penetration, then it wouldn't just be like a piece of skin cell along with like multiple other pieces of skin cells from like dudes and shit, you know what I mean? From another dude. Like, that makes no sense. There would be so much more. There'd be vaginal discharge. There would be so much more. The vid really isn't really doing the work the appeals court did. I think he could be innocent and all of the blame for multiple other causes was put on him. If he knew about the others, why would he willingly take the fall for it and not give up any information in exchange for a reduced sentence? I feel like it has to be an innocent fall guy. Multiple cops are doing it and all others are doing it too.
Logic indicative of some sort of agenda. And finally, we said there was one more accuser who rendered only not guilty verdicts, who nonetheless warranted looking at in some depth. The reason for that is that while her charges were ultimately of no consequence in the court of Oklahoma, they've been particularly devastating in the court of public opinion. The accuser is Shardarian Hill. She's the 22-year-old who Holtzclaw infamously added on Facebook. Something to state with total clarity. There is no defense for a police officer friending someone online who they've come across while on duty, let alone apprehended. It's hard to imagine why an officer would cross that line if there wasn't anything sinister behind it. To entertain that, you would definitely need this person and the officer to have encountered each other under circumstances that weren't typical and could be envisioned as fostering some kind of bond or a feeling of particular concern for this person's long-term welfare in the officer. And it just so happens that Holtzclaw and Hill crossed paths under just those sorts of circumstances. Hill was smoking PCP in a car outside Liberty Station Apartments, along with her friend and a dealer when Holtzclaw pulled up. The dealer fled and Holtzclaw put Hill in the back of his patrol car after she refused a search and gave him a fake name. A female officer was called to conduct the search, and when she arrived and performed it, she found a vial of PCP on Hill. The officer put the glass vial of PCP in the back of the patrol car, and during a moment when the officer was preoccupied, Hill pretended to faint, fell down into the car, grabbed the vial with her teeth, sucked it into her mouth, and crunched on it. The officers had her spit out as much as she could, but now Hill had ingested a potentially lethal dose of liquid PCP, as well as possibly having loose shards of shattered glass in her body. She was rushed to hospital, and as Holtzclaw was the arresting officer, Hill was still in his custody, and so he was obligated to go with her. Holtzclaw was indeed with Hill in her hospital room for several hours. She was sentient, though very high for much of that time, and during those hours they talked. Hill gave him her real name, some of her background, and presumably they built some level of rapport. Certainly not to the point where they became friends or Holtzclaw felt like he could let her go. As soon as she was released from hospital, he booked her into county jail on charges of possessing a controlled dangerous substance and destroying evidence. That notwithstanding, it appears he did have genuine concern for her and wanted her to stay out of trouble after she got out of county. At least that's the defence's ascribed motivation for why he followed up with her via Facebook a few weeks later. When deciding whether or not you're willing to interpret things in such a generous light, there are two main things to consider. One is the Facebook messages themselves. Over the course of January through April of 2014, they chat back and forth sporadically. Their initial messages are innocuous.
Damn, took you long enough. I've been waiting, lol. You still got my number, right? Is this your sister's account? No, it's mine. I'm the one you had my twinish charm on. Thanks for looking out. I can tell the difference between you and your sister. Obviously, you guys are twins. You staying out of trouble? You better be.
At one point, Holtzclaw attempts to get Hill on the phone, which doesn't look great, but isn't incriminating either. His only stated intentions are keeping her out of trouble. He asks how her court appearance went, and when Hill reveals she's been back in jail, Holtzclaw's messages read as taken aback and concerned. He again tries to get her on the phone, and states his reason is getting a full explanation so he can understand how she got put back in jail. He says maybe he can help in some way. After Hill remains unresponsive, Holtzclaw sends her a final message, telling her that she has some outstanding warrants she should take care of, and to stay out of trouble. No incriminating text messages were ever uncovered, and they never spoke over the phone. To reiterate, it was certainly inappropriate for Holtzclaw to have contacted Hill via social media and text, but it doesn't substantially further the charge that he viciously raped her while she was in hospital. And that brings us to the second thing to consider, Hill's account itself. It was somewhat brushed over in the prosecution half of this video, because the full details of it actually better serve the defense. Shadarian Hill's story of how she was victimized by Daniel Holtzclaw is, in the purest sense of the word, absolutely incredible. Hill claimed that Holtzclaw groped her breast in her hospital room while the door was unlocked and the hospital was buzzing with staff. He took off his heavy gun belt and had her perform oral sex on him, completely leaving it to chance that a doctor or any personnel from the nursing station situated just 10 feet from the door didn't pop in during the assault. After the forcible oral sodomy was complete, Holtzclaw called Hill's mother and allowed them to talk over speakerphone. Hill told her mother about her arrest, and that her new police officer friend was going to help get her out of trouble. This caused Hill's mother to laugh at her and tell her she was high, after which the phone call ended. Holtzclaw then immediately walked up to her bed and put 2 of his fingers in her vagina. During all of this, there was one big obstacle to overcome in order to avoid getting caught by hospital staff. Hill was hooked up to a heart monitor and other equipment tracking her vitals the entire time she was in the room. If her heart or respiration rate were ever to spike dramatically, a nurse would be alerted and immediately go to the room. Holtzclaw's way around this? He instructed Hill to keep her heart and respiration rates at a normal level while he raped her. And
what the fuck? Okay, dude, that's like no shot. I mean, there's no way. I mean, this got thrown out anyway. I mean, not thrown out, but like this didn't actually, the jury did not believe this, for the record. I don't think, right?
Miraculously, she did. Detective Rocky Gregory never seemed dubious of the plausibility of Shadarian Hill's scenario when he interviewed her, and at the very end of the interview, there was a jaw-dropping moment that also never caused him to question her credibility.
So this is good evidence?
Oh, come on, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck?
Well, you tell me.
I think so, because I mean, y'all, even if he didn't even rape nobody or nothing, he's been in contact with people that he arrested.
Oh my fucking god, dude. What the fuck? Dude, this is absolutely crazy. Don't say free this man.
Whatever you ultimately think.
Bro, she literally said, even if he didn't, did you like that? Like, here, I'll run it back for those of you who missed it, because that was fucking insane.
Also never caused him to question her credibility.
So this is good evidence?
Well, you tell me.
I think so, because I mean, y'all, even if he didn't even rape nobody or nothing, he's been.
Okay. I still think he's definitely, I mean, I still think he's very likely guilty, but not of like half the fucking people. Like some of them 100% got sexually assaulted by someone else, and then the police like literally were like, oh no, that's this guy. Okay? And this person just straight up framed him. Straight the fuck up. I mean, she says it. Like, even if he didn't, like, even rape nobody or nothing, he's still getting in. He's been in contact with people that he's arrested. I think the 57-year-old like grandma one, it seems wild, but like it's just that's the one that's like likely, you know what I mean? Because like, why in the ever-loving fuck would a 57-year-old grandma like actually be like, oh, this is... And I think because it was like the most... Is a crackhead prostitute? Okay, first of all, that's a ban. The 57-year-old grandma is not a crackhead prostitute, you fucking psycho. No priors, like, okay, no priors, GPS is off, he's on his way home, but like still, GPS is off, lets her go, even if she's drunk. And because that one is like so, because that one is like such a fucking solid one, that will get a lot of media attention, as opposed to like, you know, the sex workers that were, you know, on drugs and stuff for the testimony and shit. That's the reason why they were like, this is the most high profile one, and we're gonna fucking pin all the other ones on him.
Whatever you ultimately think of Holtzclaw's overall guilt, that Shadarian Hill's accusations made it to court should be enough to convince you that the investigators and prosecution prioritized laying charges and putting Holtzclaw in jail.
Like some of those women that we saw, like some of the early testimonies, those were, I 100% believe those testimonies. The problem is the cops were like, oh yeah, that 5'9" black person that you just mentioned, the 5'9" black cop, yeah, that must be Daniel Holtzclaw. Like, that's fucking insane. Like, you literally were, you just took that and you tried to fit the profile of someone else. Like, that's frame, dude. That's just straight up framing.
Over getting to the real truth about anything. There are just some of those cases. Cases that truly capture the public's attention and tap into...
God damn, dude, this case was crazy. This is actually a fucking crazy situation. The Supreme Court denied his appeal, yeah.
...to their emotions. The qualities that bring national and international attention to a case and cause some people to form an obsession with them.
Actually, even with the grandma, like... How likely is it that the rape kit would come back negative? The rape kit wasn't with the cops. The rape kit was with the nurse. It's like a, they actually ran it with a.
Very greatly. It could be because the person facing grave allegations is a famous and formerly adored individual, or perhaps a defendant with no previous notoriety just strikes a chord with the public. Something about them just inspires...
Like, that was fucking open as shut, though. Like, Casey Anthony 100% did it. Like...
...has an irrepressible sense of ire. It could be that the crimes are so grisly that many people find it hard not to develop a morbid fascination with the perpetrator. Sometimes the themes of a case will so perfectly dovetail into some of the biggest social and political discussions of the times that they naturally lend themselves to mass media coverage. And there's one quality that especially serves to suck some people into spending countless hours reading, watching, listening, and talking about a case. the frustrating mark of ambiguity, when only one conclusion can be true, but every option seems to have glaring problems with it. When deciding your ultimate verdict in the highly controversial case of Daniel Holtzclaw, you will inevitably be faced with the requirement to make a big jump. If leaning toward innocence, your main hurdle will be Janie Liggins' initial complaint. Over the course of the last hour, there may have been a question lingering in the back of your mind. What's the motivation? And the answer is, there isn't one. Or at least there isn't a very clear and compelling one. People have theories. There are arguments that a mixture of marijuana and medication she had taken shortly before getting in her car could have essentially caused her to hallucinate the assault, and proponents of that theory will point to several inaccuracies in her physical description of Holtzclaw as supporting evidence. But of course there's a gigantic difference between misremembering how someone looked and completely imagining that they forced you to put their penis in your mouth. If Liggins were experiencing that level of delirium, it's hard to see how she would have been able to maintain the motor skills to make it home. There's monetary motive, of course, and Liggins along with others have gone on to file civil suits, which may pay out millions of dollars. To think the other accusers could have smelled money when the police came knocking is one thing, but the idea that when Janie Liggins was pulled over in the early morning hours of June 18th, she all of a sudden began hatching a grand scheme to convict an officer of rape, using only her word so that she could go on to make a fortune through legal action, stretches the limits of credulity. She had no history of frivolous complaints before the traffic stop, and hasn't made any allegations against law enforcement or other figures.
Like, it makes no sense. Like, that's why I'm saying the grandma situation is like the wildest one, because like it makes no fucking sense that someone would just like literally have like a normal interaction with a fucking cop and then like be let go, okay? And from his way of describing the situation, like he literally was nice to her. Like, if his testimony is true, which, you know, is directly in opposition with her testimony. You know what I mean? Because he was just like, yeah, go ahead, you know, go on your way. Like, how many altercations, how many interactions do you have with cops in Oklahoma as a black woman in the middle of the night where they, like, let you go without doing anything? Remember, he was caught lying about what he was doing with his girlfriend, though? No, that doesn't... No, that was bullshit. He also turned his GPS shortly beforehand and never called it in. Yeah. The only thing I do know is that, like... The only thing I do know is that it's fucking wild that, like, this amount of evidence was enough to, like, convict a cop nonetheless with like 260 years. That's crazy. He may not have been convicted for all his allegations, but we can expect the top of the hour ad. Oh my fucking god. You fucking piece of shit. I mean, don't throw me the tomatoes. I got duped this time. Okay. I'm running a 60-second ad break here. We're going to finish out this video. If you'd like to no longer see said ads, you already know, ladies and gentlemen. All you need to do is subscribe. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the ad break now.
figures of authority since. Then there's the motive of malice, that Liggins did it all for revenge, presumably just because she didn't like the way Holtzclaw interacted with her. That this is the most plausible explanation tells you something. The depiction sometimes given of Liggins in the media as a sweet grandma who never put a foot wrong does go a little too far. She isn't perfect, but putting a 27-year-old man away for the rest of his life in response to feeling personally slighted is an extremely wicked thing to do, and nothing is known of Liggins that justifies thinking her capable of it. And also, despite the charges not sticking, the Terry Morris allegations are strange. Daniel Holtzclaw was one of only 2 officers that ran a check on her around the time she made her complaint. Her complaint was specifically that an officer had put his penis in her mouth for a short time and that he did not ejaculate. And then only a few weeks later, Liggins comes forward to accuse him of just the same type of assault with no knowledge of any of that. Of course...
Yeah, that's the thing, like... That's the thing that just like is mind-boggling, because like there's no way she would have known that. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Unless it was one of those like fucked up cop fraternities where you know how like in the sheriff's department in Los Angeles, like they have actual gangs. And in those gangs, like they will literally, like you get tatted up and shit, and you have to kill someone to become a part of one of those. This is real, by the way. The LA Sheriff's Department actually has gangs, and they do gang initiations. And as a part of the gang initiations, and they're white supremacist gangs, you have to literally murder someone. Okay? That's a real thing. So... what if, like, yeah, they have challenge coins and shit for it too. What if the Oklahoma department's, like, initiation was, like, that you need to put your dick in someone's mouth or something, like one of the people that you arrest. And that's why it, like, matches up with so many of these fucking cases. I guess ritualized rape is responsible. I don't think it's more likely than him just being one of the rapists. You know what I mean? Like as a part of their initiation or some shit. I mean, dude, cops do some fucked up shit, dude. These are documented 18 documented gangs within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. It came out like last year originally. Here's a LA Magazine article on it. Like it briefly got coverage. There was a whistleblower, Deputy Art Gonzalez, that like described in Compton. Described in Chapo had the journalist on as well. So like gangs within the police department do exist. And they make them do like weird ass shit, including like murdering someone, you know what I mean? In order to get initiated. So maybe in Oklahoma, considering how many fucking Oklahoma cops have been arrested for like rape. Jesus Christ. It's not just Holtzclaw. There was like a bunch of other ones, right? What the fuck is this, dude? Oklahoma City fines 4,000 deleted emails connected to the controversy of cop's conviction. More than 4,000 pages of emails and attachments were released after a legal battle at the Court of Criminal Appeals. Attorneys representing Holtzclaw asked for the court order to prevent the city from destroying any more records. Attorney General's office argued that the court order was unnecessary because the city has now placed holds on all accounts and emails related to the Holtzclaw case. Yes, the Los Angeles sheriff gangs that I was referencing literally have tattoos and shit. Okay, let's finish this video first. Sorry.
As you saw earlier, it's logistically impossible for Holtzclaw to have been able to do anything like what she alleged, when and where she initially said it happened. Under normal circumstances, that should be the end of it. But when the coincidence is so big, and Holtzclaw's luck would have to be so bad, it's enough to make you pause for a second and wonder if Morris really could have been so profoundly drug-addled that she genuinely managed to misplace her very real assault over a week earlier than it happened and on the other side of town. And as you ruminate on all of that, and begin wandering toward the conclusion that he is guilty after all, again, you'll find yourself facing another big jump. That Holtzclaw, with his completely spotless record and exceptional reputation, just flipped and turned into a serial rapist out of absolutely nowhere. Specifically, a sadistic serial rapist with an MO of targeting...
With... I think the most damning thing that is evidence for the defense is that Daniel Holtzclaw was supposedly responsible for 3 separate rapes in a span of 24 hours. Like, going from one place to another, like, literally non-stop.
Poor black woman, even though he had previously never been known to harbour any racist or classist attitudes. So presumably those attributes also manifested in his soul overnight, along with the sexual deviance. And he managed to commit all of these hideous acts with such cunning and good fortune that he never raised any red flags in the month.
Like, he was on a rape bender, but suspiciously no DNA evidence. That's crazy. Like, no DNA evidence? That's nuts, dude. That's completely nuts.
Before the investigators started looking at him, nor did he leave anything incriminating for them to find. 13 victims, 36 charges, and not one reliable corroborating eyewitness was found, and 0 physical evidence ever came to light, barring the billionth of a gram of skin cells from an accuser he came into contact with the day before he handed in his pants. Even the speculative evidence against him becomes less sinister upon closer inspection. For instance, with the turning off of his GPS after work, investigators have pointed out that a memo was sent out by the chief of police a few months before the Liggins traffic stop, advising all officers that they were not to turn off the system. It's perfectly reasonable to assume Holtzclaw just didn't read the memo, rather than nefariously disobeying it, but that isn't the real point. The existence of that memo proves the opposite of what the prosecution would like it to convey, namely that
Okay, dude. Sex-related offenses were the most common reasons for revocation of Oklahoma law enforcement's peace officer certification between 2014 and 2018, according to records reviewed by the Frontier. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Oklahoma, by the way, another not-so-fun fact, is also the sex trafficking capital of the United States of America. But there is no shot that there you go, dude. There you fucking go, dude. That's crazy. There was a police gang in Milwaukee called the Punishers. All had Punisher tats and hats, and I think some painted on their vest. They were involved in the brutal beating of a citizen called Frank Jude. No, that's Houston. Is Houston the sex trafficking capital? I thought Oklahoma was the sex trafficking capital of the United States. Let's take a look. State rankings on human trafficking by state. States with the highest human trafficking numbers: Nevada, Mississippi, Florida, Georgia. Okay, Oklahoma is nowhere near. Never mind. Where the fuck did I get that information from? My mind, I guess. I just made that up. Fucking made it up. We can't trust anything he says. Oh, it's 4th in U.S. per capita. That's kind of wild. There's a lot of sex trafficking for not a lot of people. Still not number one, though. It's a prime trade route for child traffickers. Human trafficking is a crime most people think happen overseas, like in Bangkok or Amsterdam, but America is now the #1 destination in the world for child sex trafficking. Selling people for money is a multi-million-dollar industry in Oklahoma, has become a crossroads for human trafficking. Okay, are there some stats? He said Oklahoma is a prime trade route for traffickers with I-40, I-44, and I-35, but even worse, our children are prime targets. We're #1 in female incarceration, #1 in child abuse, #2 in teen pregnancy, #3 in divorce, #4 in women murdered by their husbands or lovers, low in economic standards, low in job pay. That all fuels looking like poor, uneducated, broken families, vulnerable young people in a heavy area to recruit from. Okay, we'll look at the rest of this in a second.
Personnel turning off their GPS was all that uncommon or suspicious. For the issue to warrant being addressed by the chief of police, it must have been something relatively widespread. And then, of course, there's the seductive middle ground. The option you can take to make the concessions that look as if they need to be made, while still being able to have a final opinion and consider yourself a reasonable person. Guilty of some, not of none. Liggins was telling the truth, maybe one or even a handful of the others were as well, but the investigation was still biased, and some of the accusers were clearly coached and incentivized to make up stories. But unfortunately, again, you cannot escape a big jump. Gregory and Davis are sometimes criticized by innocence advocates for immediately assuming Holtzclaw must have been a serial predator based off of only Liggins' accusations. But actually, their theory was well founded given the assumption he was guilty of what Liggins described. Every serial offender needs to start somewhere, and quite reliably, they start small and build up. Not only were Holtzclaw's charges pertaining to Liggins severe, they were done under very risky circumstances. Out in the open, on a street where cars were liable to drive by, and according to Liggins, at least one did. Acts that brazen were...
How is it a big jump to believe that a woman is telling the truth about a man raping her? When the circumstances are not like... When the testimony says that it was a 5'9" black guy, and the dude is like a 6'2", much younger cop, and that's like, that isn't what he said the big jump was. Wait, what did he say? Dude, my brain is like, you ever get so high you make up facts about Oklahoma? No. I don't, yeah, the $20 bill thing, also strikes me as like, there's a pattern here. Like, it could be a calling card. It totally feels like it could be like a, I mean, dude, seeing this kind of sealed it for me, dude. Okay. I mean, they are cops, so this shit is very common. But I feel like Oklahoma has like a rape problem in their police force.
Indeed indicative of the sort of person who had almost certainly committed prior offences. If the defence portion of this video caused you to be dubious of the accusations that came to light after investigators began digging, that should also lead you to have more doubt in the veracity of what Liggins charged. And you'll find no comfort in the idea that perhaps there were more credible accusers out there that were just never discovered. Davis and Gregory went to painful lengths piling on the case, and cast a much wider net than made it to trial. Even with the inclusion of Shadarian Hill's absurd account, the Oklahoma 13 really were the absolute most ironclad group of accusers they could put together. And so with no easy final answer, consider one more thing. Your worldview. Ideally that would be neither here nor there, but it very well could be the deciding factor in which way you break on this. Herman Rorschach created the famous Rorschach test in 1921. The basic premise of it is very simple. Subjects are shown pictures of ambiguously shaped ink blots and asked to state what they can most see in the image. Because there isn't anything concrete in the blot, whatever your answer is will be a projection and say something about your underlying psychology.
Okay, I hate this channel. It just makes me fucking annoying, dude. Every time there's like a twist.
Holtzclaw case is so packed with hot button issues that it makes it very difficult for anyone, even the least bit opinionated, to not have some kind of emotional reaction to it. The standing of minority groups, the role of the police, poverty, the power of the state, the presumption of innocence, believing women, and on and on and on. This isn't to say everyone's politics correlate with their ultimate decision on whether Daniel Holtzclaw is
What the fuck? He got Sebastian Gorka to defend him?
guilty or innocent, but if you spend any time looking at public dialogue around the case, you'll be bound to notice some patterns about the sorts of people who fall on either side. So when you do decide on your verdict, or on which way you most lean, ask yourself, what are your politics? What are your values? Do you think those factors might have biased you in any way? And if so, to what degree?
The verdict seemed to be in proper order. This is in the District Court of Oklahoma County, State of Oklahoma, the State of Oklahoma versus Daniel K. Holtzclaw, case number CF 2014-5869. Verdict, count 1, sexual battery. We, the jury, impaneled and sworn in the above entitled cause, do upon our oaths find as follows. Defendant is guilty of the crime of sexual battery and set punishment at 8 years.
What are you looking at right now?
Not guilty of the crime of procuring lewd exhibition. Count 3, burglary in the first degree. Defendant is not guilty of the crime of burglary in the first degree, nor lesser included. Count 4, procuring lewd exhibition. Defendant is guilty of the crime of procuring lewd exhibition, and punishment is set at 5 years.
A pathetic monster who viciously assaulted scores of the most vulnerable people in his community, who got off not just on the humiliation of his victims, but the idea that they would have to live in torment with the knowledge that they would never be able to do anything about it. And now that it's all over, is unable to even have the decency of feeling some sorrow for anyone but himself.
Not guilty of the crime of sexual battery. Count 8, defendant is guilty of the crime of forcible oral sodomy, and punishment is set at 20 years.
Or a man who only ever tried to do his best, who now, in one long, drawn-out, devastating moment, is realizing that his entire life is being torn away from him, driven to tears of unfathomable anguish by the knowledge that the very people and institutions he served and trusted have just callously stolen his future, ruined his family, and destroyed a reputation he spent 27 years cultivating, just to make a point.
Of the crime of rape in the first degree, and punishment is set at 30 years. Count 30, sexual battery. Defendant is guilty of the crime of sexual battery, and punishment is set at 8 years.
We've done our best to provide you with enough information to come to either perspective.
By instrumentation, defendant is guilty of the crime of rape in the second degree, and punishment is set at 12 years. Count 36, procuring lewd exhibition. Defendant is not guilty of the crime of procuring lewd exhibition.
And that's it.
Let me ask the jury, is this your verdict, so say you all? Yes. All right. Counsel,
there will be no more analysis, no more narratives, no more footage. There will be no prescribed conclusion.
This video seems very biased towards the cop. No. It's a 2-hour video, and the first hour fucking brutalized him, and then the second hour showed that he could be innocent. How the fuck are you going to say that this video is like biased towards the cop? It literally is the perfectly centrist video. Like, I can't even think of a more perfect definition of a centrist ass video.
Come forward.
Even though I guess like if they showed him as like innocent at first and then they turned around and showed how guilty he was, it will be a little different maybe. But dude, like, it's very difficult to say that like there was a fuckload of evidence there to convict him 100% of like even half of these fucking charges, man. That's crazy. Now it makes sense why there's a Marshall Project on him. Like, I was actually very shocked. I mean, I guess they don't really have a, they only have like a, they only have an article on him, like on a curation of links for him.
Today, the final decision on Daniel Holtzclaw's culpability and humanity is up to you.
I'm the king of... You read the worst case in the chat just to rant about it? No. Dude, this is the most damning piece of evidence that there was widespread like rapes happening in Oklahoma over the course of 2014 to 2018, where like Oklahoma literally fucking got revoked 40 officers as a consequence of sex crime convictions, dude. 40, dude. That made up like a quarter of all sex crime convictions for cops in that time frame. It feels like, it honestly feels like there was just this was like a widespread thing that was going on in Oklahoma. Governor Stitt calls on Osby to investigate former Oklahoma County judge who resigned after there was a fucking judge too. Jesus Christ. Wait, that's the judge that... Oh my God, he presided over the Daniel Holtzclaw case. Unlock the Discord, please and thank you. No, not yet. God damn, bro. Like a forcible fucking vacation from the Discord shouldn't be breaking you this bad, dude.